right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you today? It's very exciting for me to see you on a third day. So yeah, I'm so excited to welcome all of you with Indonesian greetings. Please don't get bored of me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Hopefully you are all excited for this workshop. So welcome to day 3 of Asia Pacific Workshop on Digital Aeronautical Transformation. Can we please give big round of applause? So yeah, it is the third day. Yeah, it has been 3 days, and I think everyone is maybe getting a little bit tired. So in this morning, I would like to ask you some favors. So in Indonesia, if you want to test the spirit, yeah, we say semangat pagi. Semangat pagi means morning spirit, and we say it whenever it is. Yeah, afternoon, in the evening, or even in the night. We always say it semangat pagi or morning spirit. So when I say semangat pagi, could you please answer me with pagi luar biasa? Can we do that? Okay? Remember? Okay? We give a trial, okay? First, semangat pagi. Orang Indonesia semua ya. I heard Indonesian people. I want to hear it from our guests. Maybe I can move around and ask someone to lead you. I'm really happy. I'm really happy to see Mr. Farid Zizi always in the front seat every day since day 1. So can you please lead everyone to semangat pagi? Okay?
Semangat pagi.
Kurang semangat kayaknya ya. Please be more energetic ya. Semangat pagi.
Semangat pagi.
Thank you, Mr. Farid Zizi. Okay. That is from Mr. Farid Zizi. I wanna hear from someone, maybe from here. Okay. Can you please lead us semangat pagi? Maybe you can stand up.
Semangat pagi. Thank you guys.
Thank you. So maybe it's a bit confusing between selamat pagi and semangat pagi. Selamat pagi means good morning, and semangat pagi means morning spirit. So semangat means, you know, the spirit ya, semangat gitu ya. Okay, thank you very much. Maybe one more time, everyone, can you please stand up? Okay, we are going to do it with a full energy for this morning, to start this morning. Okay, ready? Ready. Semangat pagi. Pagi luar biasa. Please give big round of applause for all of us. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You did a really great. Thank you very much. Thank you. You may return. You may be seated. Okay, so of course, first of all, I would like to say hello to our speakers today. We have Mr. Muhammad Ali Megales, Chief Technology Officer of CGX Aero. Good morning, sir. Okay. Okay, because of the morning spirit, he's being really energetic for this morning. And also I would like to say welcome and good morning to Mr. Farid Zizi, Administrator and Executive Director of France Aviation Civil Services. Good morning. Semangat pagi, Mr. Farid Zizi. Luar biasa. Oh, luar biasa means amazing. So when we say pagi luar biasa, it means morning amazing, ya. That was morning amazing in bahasa Indonesia. Next, we also have Mr. Mark Alvarez, Project Manager of France Aviation Civil Services. Welcome, sir. Thank you very much for joining us in this third day. Miss Andal Lementek, I believe she will joining us soon. And Mr. Louis Ziru as an air navigation expert of CGX Aero. Okay. He's going to be our moderator for today. Thank you very much, Mr. Louis. Distinguished guests and delegates who have joined us here in Atria Hotel and also through our YouTube channel, Aeronautical Indonesia. Thank you very much for joining us on the third day. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, before we start, I'm going to give you a brief background about our agenda today. So Aeronautical Indonesia, in collaboration with CGX Aero, is proudly present to you this remarkable event from today and from 28th of January until February 1st, 2024. And Aeronautical Indonesia, together with CGX Aero, initiated this workshop to prepare for the change towards aeronautical information management. This workshop will focus on digital aeronautical transformation, which also invited many speakers in this field. Within 4 days workshop, we will discuss challenges and opportunities in obtaining, conveying, and processing our aeronautical data digitally. And before we start, I will give you a brief information about our workshop rules. So before the workshop started, participants are requested to register themselves at the registration table. Oh my God, it is so hard for me to do it in the third day. So before the workshop started, participants are requested to register themselves at the registration table by scanning the QR code. Have you registered yourself today? Thank you very much. And each speakers will be given 14 minutes to present their slides, followed by a 20 minutes Q&A session led by the moderator. So in this Q&A session, we encourage everyone to participate in the lively discussion by raising hand, or if you are maybe want to write down your questions, we are really welcome. You can write your questions in Bahasa also, and you can give the paper to our committee. Mungkin Mbak Caca ya, to Mbak Caca, you can give the questions to Mbak Caca and we will translate it to you, to the panelists. Jadi buat Bapak dan Ibu sekalian yang mungkin mau menuliskan pertanyaannya dalam bahasa Indonesia, kita sangat persilahkan ya, supaya pertanyaannya bisa sampai dengan baik kepada para panelis. Nanti akan difasilitasi oleh tim kita, ada Mbak Caca dan juga teman-teman lain dari Aeronautical Indonesia yang akan membantu memfasilitasi. Now, without further ado, let's kick off the third day of our workshop. The theme for today's workshop is, anyone know our theme for today? The third day? Oh, let me check this one. Okay. What is our general theme for the third day? Anyone can let us know? Maybe from here? Is it from Aeronautical Indonesia? Apa tema hari ini coba ya? Boleh dikasih tahu hari ini? Silakan boleh nyontek. Mungkin Masnya tema hari ini? Ada yang bisa jawab aja mungkin di sini? To make it quick, please let us know what is the general theme for today.
General theme for today is digital aeronautical data processing.
Okay, thank you very much for letting us know, ladies and gentlemen. Boleh beri tepuk tangan, give big round of applause. Okay, so let's get back to the agenda. We are going to call our speakers for today. There will be 3 speakers to open our agenda today. The first is, so I will call our speakers for today. All right, the first speaker for today is Mr. Muhammad Ali Megales. Graduated as an engineer from INEC in Computer Science and Aeronautics in 2002. His experience has been built through significant involvement in the management and publication of aeronautical information and data. His contributions have been focused on the development and automation of tools and expert software dedicated to data collection, flight procedures design, and also aeronautical charting. Now he's working for CGX Aero as a Chief Technology Officer and Business Development Director. So please welcome Mr. Muhammad Ali Megales. Boleh tepuk tangannya dong? Can we please give big round of applause? I believe you all already know him because he's been here for 3 days. The next speaker would be Mr. Farid Zizi. Semangat pagi Mr. Farid Zizi. Farid Zizi was in charge of scientific and international policy of the STEC, and especially leading all transversal activities, coordinating ICAO and European activities. Farid Zizi has been the president of ICAO Air Navigation Commission from 2014 until 2016. Now he is an administrator and executive director of France Aviation Civil Services, and also our speaker today. Please have a seat, sir. And the third speaker for today is Mr. Marc Alvarez, project manager of France Aviation Civil Services. He joined FRAC's team after more than 25 years working in the French civil aviation. He was trained as an air traffic controller at INEC, the French Civil Aviation Academy. He started his career as an ATCO at Paris Charles de Gaulle Airport, being operational air traffic controller, instructor, chief tower, and also supervisor. He then dedicated to training topics and was in charge of continuous training before becoming head of training department in Toulouse Airport. So please welcome on the stage Mr. Marc Alvarez. And of course, this session will be facilitated by moderators. So please welcome on the stage Mr. Louis Zirut as an air navigation expert of CGX Aero. He joined CGX Aero in 2010 as the director of the Air Navigation Services Department, aeronautical expert, instrument flight procedure designer, and project manager. One of the main responsibilities Mr. Louis Zirut as an SDANS director is managing the ANS team, procedures designer, cartographers, and also topographers. So please welcome our moderator for today, Mr. Louis Zirut. Okay, from this time, I hand over the session to Mr. Louis Zirut. Silakan.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody, and welcome on board this third day. Before we start the presentation, I would like to invite you for a small game. Actually, we are preparing a small game or a small poll. You all have a piece of paper in front of you with a pen. Today, the first topic and the last use case will be a little bit technical because we will talk about AIXM, Aeronautical Information Exchange Model. I would like you to rate yourself and self-evaluate your knowledge in AIXM. So would you please, from 1 to 10, write on this paper your level of knowledge, what you feel your knowledge is in AIXM. Don't worry, we will not show the figure to anybody. This will remain private. But at the end of the day, I would be really interested to see if you overestimated your level of knowledge or if you underestimated, and at least if you made progress on this topic. This would mean that the day was fruitful and that you learned something today, and it would make my day happy. So from 1 to 10, please write your level, your self-evaluated level on AIXM5. Don't worry, even if you put 1, if you put 10, nobody will judge at the end. We will not look at the figure themselves. Thank you, and I let the floor to my colleague, Mr. Mohamed.
Thank you, Loic, for this introduction. So I feel the mission will gonna be hard, but I'll try to make it easy. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you, Arnav, again, for this invitation. I'm really pleased again to be here among you. The subject of today, as everybody is frightened from IXM, gonna be probably so hard for certain people, but the objective is not to make you expert in AXM. That's definitely not the objective, but it's more an awareness to let you know what is it about. In fact, it's everybody is speaking about AXM since years now, and there are all huge say difference between knowing the title, having the title, and knowing what is feasible about and so on, and what it is for, in fact. Just before, the theme of today is the data processing of aeronautical information, as it has been said just before. And in order to data to process the data, to manage the data, we need to go back to a question that Mr. Farid asked the first day is the how. The how are we going to do things? How are we going to be able to exchange the data, to process it, to be interoperable, to speak somehow the same language? So the AIXM needs to be understood as the same language for aeronautical information. This is the aim of it. This is what we need to understand at the end of the day. I'm going to try to be high level, but feel free to ask any question later on. So the scope and implementation. When it started, so it's not a new subject at all. It's very, very old. It's 1997, so I was in school, still in school at that time. And it was a European, let's say, initiative. The objective was by Eurocontrol to try to make data exchangeable between the European states at that time. Created EAD, the first IXM version that have been, let's say, industrial was the IXM 3.3. At that time, it was very, very high level. It implemented what we call the navigation database. So the navigation database is the database used for the flight management system. So it's the data that was provided by the data provider for the airliners to initialize the flight management system and to make the aircraft fly trajectories. At that time, trajectories was only flight procedures, en route, and airspaces, and that's it. There was no AMDB, no obstacle. The FMS still now does not understand what is an obstacle. It is in another system. It is the EGPWS, the ground warning system, in fact, on board to evaluate, in fact, the proximity of an aircraft with regards to the terrain. And in 2005, it was the XM 4.5, which was a little bit enriched, but still no geographical aspect, and it was really dedicated again to the flight management system. That was the first aspect. Now, how it have been done, first of all, it is a logical model. That means that we need to interpret what is understood by pilots, by controllers, and a little bit by IAS also. But it was not intended at the very beginning to be full data mode with all AMDB and so on. There was no AMDB at all. Then the need was to have the logical model first and to have the data exchange model. The conceptual model is the logical model somehow, is what are the concepts that we need to model, and how to deal with it. And the exchange model is what is the language when we are a user A and the user B, they want to exchange the data, to transfer the data from one user to another, how to exchange it and how to transfer it. It was an XML model. So these are some interpretation. At that time, it was really, really simple. We had 100 features, something like this, types, and it was very, very simple. But it was somehow sufficient to start to operate and to start to say model and exchange data, because till now the XM 4.5 is used for, I was speaking about Philippines, for example, they are using it. The EAD database, central database, is using it to initialize NOTAMs, for example, to generate an EAP, let's say, but it does not contain all the data. It does not contain the full data that is needed to publish an EAP, to generate the charts and so on. This is just an example on how to identify. Here we are starting to see the VOR UID, so the VOR unique identifier. It is unique identifier in 4.5, this one. So it was simple, and we have the name, the code of the navets, let's say, plus his coordinates, and it was sufficient to identify him. We will see later on that it have changed a lot, let's say, and there is a need, because when you are doing this, we were thinking as if we are alone. We are dealing with one country. It's not worldwide, and so on. Now the AXM 5.1, how it came? It came with a design objective. It is have been established, let's say, first version 5.0. It was in 2010 something, and it was the same year where ICO also adopted AXM. So before 2010, it was European industrial, let's say, format, and since 2010, ICO adopted the AXM. But when they adopted it, there was certain, let's say, criteria, certain specification for this format. So first of all, it was the modularity, the extensibility, and the flexibility of the exchange. So the flexibility of the exchange, that means that the XM 4.5 was too rigid in terms of business rules. You need to have the semantic and so on. The business rules, let's say in terms of validation, was embedded within the format, the exchange format. And one major problem also which came there, which was identified, was the geographical modeling of the data. You see here the GML 3.2, in 4.5, there is no geometry. It was only the definition of the data. And that was a headache in terms of interpretation. It leads to interpretation between one industrial to another, between one system to another. And for example, you could have the airspaces with only the definition as in the en route, but no geometry behind. For the flight procedure, it was also the same difficulty, and so on. And for the AMDB, there was no possibility to model the runway, the taxiways, and so on. For example, with complex geometry, the runway, when we needed to compute the geometry each time, so there was a huge major limitation there. Plus the management of what we call metadata. So in AXM 4.5, there was no metadata. The metadata was just only a remark, I would say, a field called remark where you can put some restriction of use, some stuff like this, and it was limited to this. And why all these objectives have been, I would say, done like this? Because in the 2010 also, it is the emergence of the ADQ, the Aeronautical Data Quality from Eurocontrol, from the European Commission. So the ADQ, if you remember, is called the EU 73/2010. 2010 is the year of the regulation. So Eurocontrol initialized the European Commission started thinking about the ADQ in 2010. The regulation comes from there. And that was completely in coherence with the AXM migration to AXM 5.0, the ICO, let's say, adoption of AXM, and the global objective in the discussion with the industrials, with the data provider. Remember, the data provider are the end user, are just before the end user, let's say, that the end user of IAS, because they are making the bridge between the IAS organizations and the airliners. So they wanted to add also obstacle data, terminal procedures, and airdrome mapping data in order to make it as complete as possible and fully, I would say, embedding, let's say, all the domains needed to initialize the onboard systems. Why airport airdrome mapping also? Because at that time, industrials and the data provider, you know, in the A3, the Airbus 380 or the Airbus 350, Boeing also, they have the same system. There is a system called Onboard Airport Navigation Database. This system is somehow the FMS of the aircraft in the ground movement. When he is moving on the runway, on the taxiway, on the gate, there was a lot of work in Europe and then the FAA also in the United States about the optimization on the taxiing, the optimization of the occupation of the runways and so on, with certain features like the brake to vacate to accelerate the evacuation of a runway. For example, by an aircraft, we needed much more accurate data, precise data with regards to the runway exits, and so on. That's why the airport mapping have been added. at the origin, it have not been added to deal with the charting stuff, for example. But it was really for to address onboard features, onboard aircraft functions, let's say, not feature. Sorry. So IXM 5.1 came with what we call UML and the XSD. So this is a little bit technical, but it implemented what we call the temporality concept. You are all used to the ERAC cycles. So it's 28 days, so the data is evolving the time, let's say. And you are also normally use it to NOTAM aspects. So all the modification of data in terms of, let's say, immediate temporality and not permanent modification, let's say. The idea is to go from the old way of notifying NOTAMs like this. So this is textual. We cannot represent this in a geographical model, in the geographical map, let's say, because we don't have a unique identifier, we don't have a geographical position of the taxiway, and so on. And there is a lot of limitations there. For Eurocontrol, they initiated a trial in Europe, and it was in 2015, something like this, to try to convert the ASCII, let's say, NOTAMs into XML for NOTAM by using the IXM, and they spent a lot of money. The success, I would say, of transformation was about 70%. That means that 30% of the NOTAMs as they are done right now, or that have been done by the past in terms of ASCII format and so on, are not compliant to what is supposed to be done by IIS. So there are a lot of, let's say, errors in the NOTAMs, in addition of the incapacity to deal with these NOTAMs and to represent them within, let's say, a geographical map or within something that can be usable. Remember that now we are all using our smartphones, we are all using our Google Map and so on to move. Everybody is somehow used to represent the data in a GIS, in Geographical Information System, and to be able to select it, to move, to identify it, to get more data about it, and so on, which was not the case, which is not the case in all the NOTAMs done like this. The AXM 5.1 enables this capability because it embeds both the geographical aspect and both the link, the unique identifier, which enables a system to get more information. Thanks to the link, the identification of it, he can go back to the database and get all the information, more and more related information about the event itself, about the object of the event, about the taxiway, for example, related to this, even the aerodrome, and so on. These are some representation in geographical mode of the NOTAM for the taxiway and so on. It enables also then the representation in the onboard airport navigation database that I was speaking about earlier, because it's a moving map, in fact, and geographical moving map like Google Map, let's say, but it is onboard. So the GML, well, the IXM 5.1 came with the GML, geographical model, and there are a lot of convention. It is already there. It is written. There is nothing to invent. It has been done by OpenJS Consortium, so for the aviation domain. But this ensures a lot of capability to be interoperable normally with JS, with other systems. So nothing. They did not invented a lot of stuff there. They just reused what is existing. But they brought the XM 5.0. It brought a lot of complexity, because it embedded the ISO for the metadata, it embedded the ISO for the GML, it embedded a lot of other submodels, let's say, which brings a lot of complexity and made it somehow very complex to read by human. It's quite impossible for a human to see an XML like this and to understand what is done behind, what is behind there. There is no way, even if you There have been some trial. I know some people who try to generate and try to understand it using some XML macro and so on. It works for some subdomains. If you take only obstacles or something, you can deal with it like this. But at the end, it doesn't work because there is a need to manage the unique identifier. There is a need to visualize it geographically, to detect errors, to come back to what Manuel was saying yesterday about the need to represent the data geographically to detect error as soon as possible, to detect them and to detect the big error that's really fast. This is, for example, an airspace modeling. So an en route protection area. What IXM brought, what IXM 5.0, 5.1, 5.2 is bringing is a lot of capacity to transfer all the data from the originator to any other party. Before the IXM 5.0, it was impossible to provide, for example, assessment area, obstacle assessment area from the originator, the flight procedure designer, or the people in charge of the OLS, or in the airport and so on, to an N+1 user. It was impossible. Here it is possible to store and to transfer this data and to share it and to make it available, to make it, I'd say, even challengeable by an entity who will approve, for example, data by flight inspection people, by the flight validation people, if we are speaking about procedure, by the authority, if we are no more and more speaking about the ANSP from one side, with the procedure designer and so on, who are the originator somehow of the flight procedures, for example, of en routes here, and the authority who needs to approve what and verify what have been done in terms of computation and so on. To be able to approve and to verify, they need also to have a look to the protection area that have been used, for example, the construction, the parameters, and so on. So IXM 5.1 enables this, which was not been 5.0, sorry. When I say IXM 5, it's from 5.0. The guidelines, so this is the Ashraf, the UAD, well, complex words, let's say. The idea is to answer the what we were seeing the first day about the unique identifier. You remember the IAM implementation phase in 3 phases? Within the phase 2, unique identifier we've got. The going digital phase, there is a unique identifier of all the objects. Why unique identifier? Because there is a need to share this data with third parties, and there is a need also to update the data. If we don't identify the objects with a unique identifier, we are unable to update them correctly. We will just create a new data and so on, and we have redundancy and so on. And we are not able, no more able to update what we have provided to others. Okay, so it is important to implement this and to make sure in the migration, when you are migrating from 4.5 to 5.1 or from 0, let's say, to 5, you need definitely to implement this and to pay attention to the unique identifier aspect for all the data, because this is really very, very important in terms of easing, let's say, the update of the data, the update of the charts, and so on. Here you have how it is done, how it is constructed. Again, as an ANSP, an AES operator, and so on, you just need to know what are the means of compliance with regards to the ACO obligation, with regards to the auditor, with regards and so on. And this unique identifier is a mean of compliance to one of the AEM, let's say, obligation, and the AES to AEM transition phase, in fact. The implementation means are there, and here is just a simple how it looks like. For example, in the real world, for aerodrome, it is Thailand, VTBS, Bangkok, and this is computed automatically. There is an algorithm here. The system, and a lot of systems can compute this, and they store it in the database, and they can transfer it from one system to another, and from one operator to another. the validation. So just before I was telling that IXM 4.5 was embedding the business rules. So it was in the same model. So you could not, when you validate the IXM 4.5, you validate the semantic and the syntactic aspect. IXM 5.1, you have just the syntax. It builds this, whether it is compliant to the XML, let's say, model. Well, all the tokens, the words are correct and so on. But it will not check the coherence, the global coherence about the data, in terms of accuracy, in terms of precision, in terms of coherence of the runway length with regards to the position of the thresholds, for example, and so on. What have been done is that the business rules have been done outside in SBVR format. There are more than 1,500 business rules already defined by Eurocontrol. These are the easy ones, let's say, because let's say 90% of them can be done automatically, and they are done, managed, validated, verified automatically. But there are a lot of others that are dependent on the automation that the system can bring, that an intelligent or say or smart system can bring, because it supposes to check the coherence between different aspects, different data, between, for example, geometry of flight procedure and the position of waypoint used in this procedures, for example, with the position of OLS surfaces with regards to runway, with the position of the nav viewer DME if they are co-implemented and so on. So all of this, it's a matter of being, they need to be automated by a system as an add-on. They are not part of the business rules here. Industries nowadays, they often tell you, okay, we have the database, the container with the XM 5.0, 5.1, for whatever, and we have a business rule engine, and normally you can have the business rule engine and you can configure the business rules, and you can define a validation profile per usage. You can define a validation profile for obstacles. You can define validation profile for AMDB. You can define a validation profile for, let's say, the coding for flight procedure. For example, for PBN procedure, you need to publish the coding for the path and terminator and so on. To publish this coding, you need to check it, and the document 8168 from ICAO, it defines a lot of regulation there, and the systems or the business rules can enable you to validate this. Now to the AAP. So definitely we need to publish. As we need to publish, the AXM 4.5 was really very poor with regards to capacity to structure, to transfer all the data from data originator to IS officer and so on, and from IS officer to the N+1 user. The good news is that the XM 5.1, remember we said that it is agile. Normally it is flexible and extendable. So what have been done is that there have been a lot of mapping between the AAP in its structure and the AXM 5.1 to define the model. So the AXM 5.1 supports, to give you 90%, let's say, of the data that is needed for the AAP. So this is the 5.1. The remaining aspect, let's say, the last additional 5% are coming with the AXM 5.2. What is important to know here is to retain here is that once you digitalize the data, once it is within the container, the database, and if it is AXM 5.1, it is quite easy to generate a lot of automation and the AAP pages and so on. It enables a lot of automation. It eases all the management and the update later on. The airport mapping, the same. We are here, we have the IXM.iro wiki with all the mapping. Hopefully Eurocontrol is providing on its website a lot of documentation with regards to the specification itself, the UML model, the best practices, and also the mapping rules. There are a lot of, because there is a huge challenge, but again, with regards to the migration. If you migrate from 4.5 to 5, from 5 to 5.1, 5.1 to 5.2, there are rules. It's not, you cannot invent stuff. And these rules need to be understood first and potentially challenged from your side depending on what you have applied in terms of digitalization before. With regard to airport mapping, in fact, ED99, the European Document 99 or the DO 272, A, B, C are just versions. So version A is version 1, B is version 2, C version 3. They taken, this is the airport mapping database, they've taken the full model and injected it within the AXM. It's really almost the same format, almost, even if it is not the same usage. They made sure that all the feature within the ED are the ED99 is already in the AXM 5.1. The idea again is just to make sure that if we originate the data correctly, we are able to provide it to the onboard systems at the end. They are the end user. We are all there to ensure that the aircraft will fly safely. In order to that the aircraft flies safely, we need to provide a more accurate possible data, the more integer. So to have the pipeline to transfer this data in the most integer way and to avoid any manual entry later on. So from the beginning, we need to originate it in the right format. So this is just a sample of the ED99, how it is described. So in the mapping is really very documented. You don't need to know it. You need just to know that it exists. It exists. It's implemented. There are a lot of automation mapping system that can take the ED99 in shapefile format, things like this, and transform them directly in AXM 5.1. You will not be obliged, let's say, or requested to do it manually, which will be a headache otherwise. So these are just some samples on ED99B, ED99C. The documentation exists. Everything is there. So just back to the AES to IM roadmap and the timeline, the phases, and so on. So what the IXM 5.1 aims at answering the aeronautical data exchange. And normally it is an answer for an integrated database, a unique identifier, and with the shared aeronautical information conceptual model. The idea is to share the same language to be able to exchange correctly. Certain industrials implemented, implemented a database, not one central database. That means that they have one model, previous model from IXM 4.5, for example, another database with another model for the AMDB, and another model, and the databases are not linked. It is possibly, it is a shortcut to implement it, but it have some problem. It leads to some problems later on. Why? Because in fact, as it is not in the same database, when you inject, for example, import dataset, an XM dataset, when it is important, it is shared later on in 2 or 3 containers, let's say, in 3 data models. It's not in the same data model. And normally, when you ingest a dataset, you are supposed to be able to export it in with the same data without alteration. This is integrity. This is the meaning of integrity one. So what enters within the pipeline gets out in the pipeline without any alteration, without any modification. If the implementation in the database is split within different format and it's not fully IXM 5.1 compliant, it is impossible to ingest the dataset and export it in the same way, in an integer way. It is quite impossible. So there are a lot of experience on this. My advice is that if you go to implement an AXM5.1 database, make sure that the database model is not proprietary one. Make sure that the database model is really AXM5.1. The word which is used for compatible, it's compatible AXM5.1. Compatible, that does not mean compliant. Compatible, that means that we can import, we can export. Okay, you can import, you can export, but when you import and if you export the same dataset, are you able to make sure that what you exported is the same that what you imported, and in the same structure with the same relationship between features and so on. So this is really one key point to focus on if you are implementing an AXM5.1 database or 5.2 database. It's critical because in other in certain use cases, it led to difficulty to implement it, and the scope of implementation have been reduced. That's the major point. Here is just back to the timeline when it have been proposed to ICO, to the AXM5.0. When it have been proposed to ICO here in 2009, 2010, it have been adopted, and it led to all the aspects, the beginning of work of the metadata implementation and the, let's say, the questioning of how to ensure the quality in the data processing by Eurocontrol. And later on, it's the Amendment 37 of the Annex 15. And then it's the emergence of the PANSAIM. So the PANSAIM started to be discussed here, 2009, 2010. That the meaning here, why I'm showing these timelines, that it's already very old. So the experts, ICO, everybody have been discussing this years ago. Just the mandate. So yeah, when ICO adopted the AXM5, the AXM for data as data exchange model, they created with Eurocontrol, the FAA, and different other stakeholders what we call AXM Change Control Board. Normally, everyone is able to provide, to suggest modification, amendment to the AXM. Actually, last year, as CGX, we are working a lot with regards to the flight procedure, the charting, and so on, and the airspace design stuff. And in the automation of the flight of the chart generation, there is a lot of lack with regards to the instrument approach chart, for example, with regards to the minima tables, with regards to speed tables, and so on. And we proposed a white paper there that have been adopted in the AXM Change Control Board. And normally it will be part of the AXM 5.2. This means that it is easy, probably, if you have a need, if there is a need or specific need to adapt the AXM or to add something and so on. It is quite easy to propose something and to make it integrated within the format. And that's a way of making it agile and evolutive, and that's a way to make it operationally driven. That means that it takes into account the needs. It's not something, it's a must do because we need to use it, because it's the language right now, but we have our word to say. We can influence it. So the mandate is definitely transparency. So as you see here, you have the states, you have the military, the NSP, the service provider, airlines, manufacturing industries, and so on. And the idea is to decide by consensus. So if there is somebody who rejects what you are proposing, or if what you are proposing is really already, I would say, implemented somehow, it will not be adopted. How the UML packages, sorry, we went too fast. So here is how it can look like within a system. For example, this is the airport, the runway, the runway direction, the ups to the obstacle limitation surfaces, and so on. So building an AXM 5.1, it goes from what we call the navigation database, so the runway, the aerodrome, and so on, up to the limitation surfaces here. Sorry. And the limitation surfaces, this was not not possible before. This enables also to build advanced services for airport operator, for airport manager, for obstacle monitoring. Because if we are able to model in 3D all the obstacle monitoring and so on, it brings, in fact, a lot of automation capability, a lot of digital mapping. I think that my colleagues, Loic and Manuel, will speak about this tomorrow. But it brings up a new way of using the data, a new way of distributing the data, and a new way of providing additional added value services for aeronautical users. The UML model I spoke about earlier, I think that. So the packages, here we have logical model, what we call the logical model. It covers everything. Okay, it's not limited to this. We have 245 classes and around 2,200 attributes in association. If you go and zoom out, here it is how it looks like at the end for the airport, for example. How it is interpreted, we can link, in fact, all the AAP to it. It works. It's have done in this way. Let's say, let me up a lot of animation. No, the city, for example, the elevated points, the obstacles, all the coordinates, and so on. All the links with the organization, with the services. Here is the runway aspect, for example, and we can go down like this for several, or all the data. In fact, all what is needed. What is important here is, you see, accuracy, the vertical accuracy, and so on. So it implements also all the needed information in terms of metadata. In terms of metadata with regards to how to collect the PANSIAM data and so on. Here is just the shared packages. So all the geometry aspects, all the address and so on are shared, and notes are shared between all the features. So which normally eases the management, normally eases the interoperability. The notes are there to take somehow certain data which is just more or less comments and so on in the AAP, and to implement it, and they are shared between all the features. Hopefully I avoided all the complex parts for you. So this is how, so even flight procedure design, for example, here the protection area and so on can be implemented there. The modeling, the 3D modeling is supported also, so we can go up to the modeling of the trajectory, to the protection area, to the assessment here with the flight track. This is a flight procedure, the along track of the flight procedure with regards to the protection area, with the digital terrain model, with obstacles. And it enables a lot of automations and a lot of ability to visualize it in the geographical way. So, and up to the generation of the chart here, and up to the EAP publication. So normally it covers everything. What is just missing here in my slide, I guess, is the NOTAM aspect, but it's okay. So I will spend just to take 2 minutes to explain the temporality, because I'm in a bit late, but. Okay, so the features, how it changed over time, and it changed either in a way of, either for permanent change or let's say temporal, let's say, in limited time extent change. It can evolve here. The AXM 5.1 provides the ability, in fact, to implement the temporality. I have another slide that shows a little bit more here. Here, this is an event for a NOTAM, how it is managed, and then you have different time slice and different temporality. When you get one snapshot, it is at one time. You cut it onto a T time, but you are mixing a lot of versions of the object, And this is how it is done in the AXM. I will just skip this, but it manages all the temporal, I'd say, the temporary changes and the full changes and the end of life also. This is the IXM change control board. It implements both the data quality requirement, the metadata, all the exhaustive and evolutive approach thanks to the IXM change control board. And the ADQ here is just, the ADQ changed, the ADQ name changed. I continue to call it ADQ because it speaks a little bit better for me, for everyone. But it's 2020 469 here is number for the Commission, European Commission now. And this is the IXM 5.2. It is coming soon, beta version number 8 right now. And normally industrials are starting implementing it. So, and these are all the subjects that are going to be modified by IXM 5.2. It affects a lot of parts of the IXM, but it is not a revolution. It is a continuity. It's not there is not a revolution as it was between 4.5 and 5.1. Large scope modification, and it's really objective oriented because it has been built with all the stakeholders, let's say, who participated. Last one, depending on who you are, you can access to the IXM Confluence home, and this is the way how to make IXM evolve. And it is managed by Eurocontrol. Sorry for the yellow stuff, it's not readable, but in this screen is readable. And I think that I'm done with my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mohamed. So fortunately, before this presentation, we had the Paggy stuff. I think it was worth to do it. More seriously, again, this was a very technical topic. Thank you, Mohamed, for, let's say, explaining this in such a clear way. I think we have a lot of people from AIS departments. I think most of you already faced some discussion or question regarding AIXM. Feel free, of course, to ask for any clarification on this topic. Again, this is a difficult one with a very complex concept, but do not hesitate if you have some question to raise your hand. No question yet? Yes, we have questions.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Mohammed, can you explain what is the main differences between AIXM 5.1 and AIXM 5.2?
Thank you for this excellent question. As I said, in fact, here, if I go back, oops, sorry, up here. So here, no more shared. Okay, thank you. There are a lot of transversal packages, modifications, in fact, and the main, let's say, the main aspect was driven by certain part with regards to the digital, or let's say digital charting, let's say, for instrument approach chart and so on, to enable the transmission of data in an integral way from procedure designer and the cartographer, and with going through the central data store, in fact, and making sure that the cartography part have the exact data and in terms of, for example, the minima for the speed tables and so on, and several other aspects. This was the first one of the major part. The other second part was to meet the digital dataset requirement. So the digital datasets, as you know, or probably not, there is, with the AXM 5.2, something else is coming, is the digital datasets. The digital datasets implements a way of packaging the data once you have the container of the AXM, how to package the data for an end user. Actually, there are one digital data set. The specification are already ready, are already there, and it is obstacle digital data set. The second digital data set is the EAP. It's already available also, so it's a way of exporting, let's say, the data from the central data store in a zip format, let's say, including the AXM, the metadata, the cyclic redundancy check to check the integrity and so on, and to share it with another entity, another organization who does not access your database. And the third data set is the AMDB one. The AMDB is already ready, is there. So ETOD, AMDB, and EAP are there as term of specification and are built on top of IXM 5.2. They are not built on top of IXM 5.0. And the last one is the instrument flight procedure dataset. The instrument flight procedure dataset is under specification right now. It is the IXM change control board is leading it. CGX is part of it. The idea is coming back to the objective is the flight procedure designer are the one who knows what is critical, what are the production area, what are the obstacles and so on. And also there is a need to share the protection area with the other entity, external entity, to be able to monitor the obstacles around the airport. The idea is to enhance the safety. To enhance the safety, we need to get the real data, the exact data from the very beginning from the data originator. And the flight procedure data originator are the designers themselves. So there is a need to transfer all these data there. So to sum up, and these are the main aspects. The other aspects are more related to the data provider themselves to be able to exchange between themselves.
Thank you.
Yes, we have another question. Yeah, over there.
Philippine, then you need to ask questions. You are migrating soon.
Thank you for this change. Maybe I have the question about the data quality requirement. For the data set, we have to compose the data product specification and data quality requirement to fulfill the data. So in your experience or maybe another speaker, how do we change the AIP subsection mindset that now maybe when the data originator send the data to us is in template of the AIP. And then now transform to the data quality requirement view. There may be property, sub-property, and other. Maybe how the best way to change the mindset of the data originator? Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Thank you for this excellent question. Hopefully, we are going to get back to this question later on at the second part of the day, because the subject is gonna be metadata, data quality, data product specification, and implementation use case. Let's say a way of implementing the process steps between the data originator to the data store and the AXM and so on, and up how to distribute this data, because at the end to the end user or to the approval to the approval entity and so on. So it's gonna be discussed, but the easiest way is what is not possible is to do it manually. This is, you need to forget about it. It's too complex and in terms of format and so on. The second is you need to implement definitely an XM 5.1 or 5.2 now database, because to be able to implement digital data sets, as I said just before. And third, there is a huge impact in terms of operation for the IAS organization. It is something to think about in terms of adherence of all the people, and in terms of understanding of the new process, because now you are doing it in, let's say, by email or by a CSV or whatever, or just in meeting with a minute of meetings, let's say. It is no more possible to answer, to be compliant to what is required in terms of metadata, in terms of automation, in terms of check, to do it manually. It is really, you need a full army to do this. And it's complex. After, when you go back, when you are facing an auditor, it will be a headache for you to prove that you are compliant.
And if you don't mind, if I can add, as an IES department, the best way somehow to change the mindset of your data originator, as Mohammed said, it is to train them, to help them to make progress. But at the end, the best way to change the mindset is to reject their data sets if they are not compliant. It will hurt. The first time it will hurt. But at the end, it will go directly to the brain. If they don't want their work to be trashed immediately, they will make progress very quickly, trust me. So we still have 5 minutes, more than necessary to welcome additional questions. We have a question there, please.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Ali. I have one question about your presentation. It's a great presentation. And regarding about your experience, how do we know if we have IXM? How do we know about the my IXM is valid? Any tools or any something mechanism to validate our IXM? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. It's again one of the major questions of these days. The IXM 5.2, as I said, there are two. The business rules are no more included there. So there are a tool called IXM Viewer. It's available for free at Eurocontrol website, which enables you to display to open an IXM file and to display it and to see whether you will see somehow whether the model is respected and whether the geometries are somehow readable, understandable, and compliant to GML stuff. But it stops there. Okay, it's just the ability to display and the coherence with the model. It's not the coherence between business rules. So to implement the coherence with business rules, there is a need to have an automation of check. As if you want to check anything, when you want to validate something, you need first the container, which is the IXM. Second, the requirement from your side in terms of data quality requirement, what we want to check, for example, for obstacles and so on. And these requirements, there are two levels. There are one level which is, for example, the threshold accuracy is half meter or whatever. The VUR DME, if you are co-implemented, they need to be closer than 200 meter or whatever. Okay, these are quite easy to check. The other one, the other business rule, and these can be checked by business rules, simple business rule engine. There are also tools from industries, they can provide such tools. And there are one additional layer in terms of validation, which is goes beyond this, and it interprets the operational need from an AAS, from an airport operator. To give you an example, for example, to validate ETOD, to validate an ETOD data set, when you get an obstacles, for example, to check the accuracy, the validity with regards to ETOD requirement, you need to know first where the obstacle is in terms of area to A, to B, to C, or whatever. If it is under this, and then if it is infringing the surface somehow, and it is where the requirements from ETOD are applicable to him. So to do this, there is a need to have an additional, I would say, interpretation or more smart system who will compute in 3D, for example, the ETOD area, and who will cross-check, verify whether the ETOD requirements are applicable for these obstacles, and to tell you, okay, it is compliant, it is not compliant, it is infringing the surface, and this is the feature or this is the field which is not, the attribute which is not conform and compliant. And this requires geometry computation and so on, 3D. There are tools that it exists, and it enables you to generate at the end to put the data set, your business rule, and so on, and to generate an automatic report validating or not the ETOD obstacles, for example, with regard to this. But you need to define a validation profile and to be automated, which is the basis.
Thank you very much, Mohamed. Thank you very much for all those very interesting questions. I'm sorry we are running out of time. MC will introduce the next slot. I think we have a coffee break, so all the questions could be answered at the coffee break.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Louis. Can we please give big round of applause for Mr. Mohamed Ali? Thank you very much for sharing with us. So we will be back after the coffee break with another speakers, which is Mr. Farid Zizi and Mr. Mark Alvarez. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have 10 minutes coffee break, so it's a bit quick. Please be quick, and we will get back to you. We will get back here at 10:30, yeah? So please be on time, and don't forget about the angklung sound, yeah? Please be aware if you hear angklung sound, whenever you hear the angklung sound from Miss Chacha, please get back to your table immediately. Thank you very much, and I'll see you on the next session.
answer of Mohammed, because I'm not able to speak AIXM 5.1, 5.2, 5.10, 5. Whatever. The only one thing I can do is to use it. So what I intend to use it. So what I will show you is a diadem. Diadem in French is a jewel, but in English it means a digital platform to support efficient airspace design and performance modeling. So digital airspace design and modeling environment. So let me put a small video just to explain the concept to you. With the sound, if there is sound. Normally you should understand. But you don't have the video on the screen. Okay. CGX is coming back. Okay. Do we have it? Ah, yes. So, my presentation is finished. No. No. So, what is the idea behind Diadem? The idea is to make maximum use of ICAO standards. I don't need to know if it is Top Sky, Frequentis, Indra, or whoever. What I need to use is ICAO standards. And then, me, my team, my experts, as airspace designer, they will use the input or the AIP or whatever to transform it in a new organization and to deliver the same data set, hopefully, when I will have understood what Mohammed just said, in 5.2, but I'm not sure to understand what he said. So the other idea is to have it fully collaborative on the web, which means for me, I'm based in France. I could work with your ATC or AIM services, perhaps with some experts being on the other part of the world, etc., etc. So the last idea of it, everyone, and you, for those who have been at the last ICAO assembly, we have voted an aspirational goal of carbon neutrality in 2050. It's a nice say. Most probably in your common and everyday work, you don't discuss so much environment. But to reach that, we will need to work and work and work on environmental aspects and assess our projects in a way that they are sustainable and environmental friendly. If you do it at the end of your project, you cannot change your project anymore if you assess it. So the idea behind is to have a quick loop during your design process where you can make some deals in between capacity, safety, never make a deal with the safety, but with the capacity yet, and environment. And for that, you need to be capable to assess it in the time of your project and not at the end of the project. Otherwise, you will never be in a situation to optimize. What is the usual situation? When you have an airspace project, airspace design project, you discuss a lot on what you want to do at the beginning, and then you use a number of tools, different. You work, and at the end, you need to transfer to your controllers, to your services, for the publication, for everyone. And of course, it's so long that you don't have so much time to optimize. And don't forget a word that Mohammed just mentioned, is integrity. When you change your tools around the designing chain and the process, you transform the data, you copy the data, you paste the data, and you make some mistakes, you change slightly, you adapt to the new format, and of course, you miss a few things. Our idea, it's a very simple idea. Have everything on a common platform, make it in a way that you can assess the performance of your project at any time of the project. And what is performance? I just mentioned environment, of course safety, of course capacity, and what we hope in the future, it's not yet the case, economically. And you don't forget on what I said on the first day of this workshop, which was the business case of the various modules and capabilities which were described in the Global Air Navigation Plan. So, what is it? It's a platform that helps you to collaborate. You ingest situation traffic samples. I will explain just after what it is. You ingest the geographical environment on which you will work. You work collaboratively. At any time you need, you will be capable to assess the performance. And even in a very small country like France, compared to Indonesia, it may happen that you are environmental guy. There are only a few in a country, is not based on the same place as you. So being capable to collaborate at any time means also to be capable to collaborate remotely. Would be in Indonesia, I don't know if your environmental expert is in Bali or whatever island he is, but it's important to have that. The other thing is to be capable to have the discussion with your client, the ones who require the study, to understand what he understands and to be sure you are on what he wants to have. And of course, being capable to show the progress and to exchange, and not exchange at the end and conclude on the satisfying aspects or not satisfying aspects. Like that, you ensure more or less the satisfaction at the end of the project. And if you look at the blue in the right part of the slide, at the end of the project, what will be important is that you will have to show to the airspace users what you designed. You will have to share and train your air traffic controllers on the new airspace, new procedures. You will have to discuss with the management to make sure that they invest in the CNS facilities which are perhaps needed to make it happen, etc., etc. So you will have to be capable to promote your project and to transfer it to what I would call the implementation process. So what it is, our platform? It's a very simple thing. You have first a process where you capture the situation. And that's where ICAO standards are really important. What does it mean to capture the situation? You capture traffic samples in asterisk format. It's the usual radar or surveillance format. Of course, it's a nice format, but with different categories. It's a bit like AIXM. Normally, that helps you to capture the AIP and the geographical context, but of course, is it 4.5, 5.1, 5.2? It's another question. And depending the country you are working with, meteorological aspects may have a very big importance. I will show tomorrow a project on Bogota in Colombia. And in Bogota, during 6 months of the year, in the middle of the mountains where you have the airways, you have thunderstorms from 6 to 8 every night in the summer. It's nice. That's where you put the aircraft, and that's where you have the weather problems. So, of course, you have to take it in account. What you do then, after capturing the situation, it's what I called the diadem engine. I'm not good with the mic. Is that you transform your situation. And step by step, you change it. You change it in inserting it new procedures. You call CGX, please develop a new seed or a new star. You change the sectorization. You play, you play, you play. At any time of your play, you can assess it. And on the right side of the slide, what you see here is what I call analyzers. One is for safety. Impact in green is the environmental analyzer from Eurocontrol. AEDT, it's the new name, perhaps you know INM from the FAA, which is a world known analyzer. We are not yet compatible, but that's the intention, etc., etc. So the idea is that at any time of my project, I can I can assess my project depending the criteria I want, and very quickly, 1 hour, not more than 1 hour, I can have the results, and like that, I can bargain, make some deals, optimize, and redesign, and at the end, I have to deliver. And I deliver normally in the same standards I had as an input at the beginning, which helps perhaps the people from your technical service to insert the data in your ATC system, which will help perhaps the publisher of the AIP to transform it in an AIP publication. The methodology, I will not change it, but I will perhaps be capable to push some simulations, some scenarios to the training people who will then train the air traffic controllers and other personnel on the different aspects that my project is working with. So this is really important to have this consistent chain, working chain, which makes it collaboratively deliver a product at the end that can be used relatively quickly if you compare to what is the situation today, where you need years to design your project and sometimes you need years to implement it. And this is really important. So we have designed a methodology where we intend to have different steps. The first step is, of course, the first diagnosis, and then you have this iterative loop, and then you have the finalization of it with some products, demonstrations, some reports, of course, more or less criteria, performance criteria analysis reports, publications, and this is for Mohammed, metadata. Mohammed, otherwise he cannot use AIXM 5 point whatever. So this is really important. So it's a new type of what I would call a simulator. Perhaps you know from your environment real-time simulation for air traffic controller and others to play a situation. You know fast time, which is more or less arithmetic simulation. And I call Diadem a playtime. Why do I call Diadem a playtime? It's because I am capable at any time in my collaborative project to go back and change the situation, which means that if I make a demonstration tomorrow or a day, if you wish, it's like a video recorder. Some of you are are soccer fan, but when you look at a match on the TV, you don't change the game. I am capable just to have seen the fault which created the penalty, but then I go back and I change the game. Because I was not satisfied of the flight plan, it didn't give the result I want, I can reverse and change. And that's why I call it playtime. This is allowing us to develop new services, airspace, diagnosis one, performance analysis, and more or less complex and remotely. Why remotely? I shall say we were influenced by two things. One was our Colombia project, which really was demanding in terms of complexity, I will show tomorrow, and was requiring those analyses. And at that time, I didn't have Diadem, and we did it manually. It was a lot of work. And the second, and this occurred in 2020 during the COVID, and there I really realized the benefit of being capable to work remotely and offer services remotely and have that capacity to exchange and work together. And I shall confess that since we are working internationally, and I really like the fact that we can work remotely. We should have human contact, clearly. But when you work internationally, on a project, what happens is that you don't have the same dynamic depending when you meet the people or not. And with those remote working platforms, you are capable to keep the work progress. And then the mission, the work, the exchange makes you to understand everybody and then discuss, find compromise, progress. But in between those missions, you work, you still work. There are things happening. And this is important. So, what does it offer? The first thing it offers, it's some efficiency in the way you define your airspace, you design, and you may perhaps, what you very often not do, have small steps in redesigning your airspace, because if the design and the implementation is eased, then you will be capable to work on it. And if the training is also a bit eased, but this will be for Mark to present just afterward. The other thing that you will be capable, first of all, if you ingest the real situation, the real operational situation, you will be capable to analyze it in terms of performance. If you are capable to analyze it in terms of performance, you will see where you are not good, where you have optimized ways of managing your airspace, where you have things to do, what to win, to gain, and what not to lose. Because when you change things, keep what is good, change what is bad. But never forget to keep what is good. It's really important. The other thing you will gain is that even in a small country like France, where we have 5 ACCs, more or less, let's say, 10 big airports and perhaps 50 middle-sized airports, you need to look at things in a collaborative way. Having everybody in the same room at one time, it's a challenge. So making everybody working collaboratively, it's an asset. What you will be capable to do is to have new ideas. Just virtual, web-based. Try an idea, assess it, analyze it. Oh, doesn't work, change, etc., etc. And like that, especially on sustainable aspects and environmental aspects, it's helping you to have some original ideas. Then, it would be interesting to connect your project to the reality before implementation, after implementation. After, what we not very often do is to assess a project 2 years after to see if we really had the benefits of what we designed, what we intended to design. With such a tool, you just put the samples in it, you play, you assess, you get the result, and then the boss says, redo, or don't redo, I'm satisfied. Last but not least, I don't know the situation in Indonesia in terms of civil-military coordination. But civil-military negotiations for the airspace are a big challenge everywhere in the world. When we are at the table, we discuss on paper or we discuss on ideas, slides and whatever. Everyone is building his picture of the project. And of course, defending his position in the airspace or what. when you have a collaborative platform where you can play the situation, play the methodologies, the coordination methodologies, then it's easing the negotiation because Manuel, who is a former military, will understand why we do things. He will see his benefit, and he will not defend his position. He will enter in the concept, and that's really important. The same with your airport operator, to whom you can demonstrate the benefit of some sequencing of aircrafts. And now we are beginning to speak UTM, new types of aircraft in your airspace. And you have seen that the goal at the end is to have those airpass and drones in a non-segregated airspace. How do we play it? Do we send the drone in the airspace and then pop, does it work? No, no, no. So if you don't want to have a too conservative approach, have tools to modelize the situation, the methodology to use your airspace, to play with it. And of course, you can do some sensibilization, awareness, training. One practical aspect is I have been very long responsible for ADCO training in France. And at that time, we began to be sensitive to sustainable environment, to environmental things. And I was saying to air traffic controllers, environment, it's important. Okay, but I was not able to say more. Now, if I have tools, if I have methods, I can say, you as a controller, if you do that way, doesn't work. Whatever good idea you had, if you do that other way, perhaps will work. Look at the result, which is far more efficient than a speech. That's why I changed, because I was only capable to speak. For new aircraft manufacturers, or new aircraft, or whatever, perhaps some of you know the famous curve on carbon neutral 2050. And what is very nice there is half of the way will be achieved by technology change. Nobody says how, but industrials are selling that the world will change, will be nice. I am a bit more cautious, and what I would tell you is that describe the new environment, even within 10 years, new concepts, whatever, in such a platform, and then we will see how it is changing, what we have to do, and at least when the technology will appear, we will be capable to use it in an efficient way. What happens very usually, that was the clear demonstration from Mohammed on AIXM. AIXM, remember, 2010, the discussion, 2012 as a standard in ICAO. Who is ready today? Don't answer me, I know the answer, nobody. Who is using it really for the full power of it? Nobody. When will they be capable to use it? 2030? 2035? When I say capable to use it, in all aspects of your AIM process, in your ATC process, whatever. And this is not linked to AIXM. This is linked to what I explained the other day. It's the temporality of the various actors. You need a number of years to make the technology mature, and then you need a number of years to be mature in the implementation of the technology. So that's why also you need perhaps some platforms like that, or services, because we don't sell the platform, we only propose services, to anticipate that sort of thing, to be capable to know. And for example, if ATR, who is perhaps in the room, or Airbus or Boeing, is selling you a new aircraft with new capabilities, please put it in your traffic sample with the new behavior of the aircraft, looking at how it is influencing your safety strategy, your capacity strategy, your environmental strategy. Like that, you will be, as an air traffic system, capable to use the benefit of this new aircraft. And for him, as a manufacturer, to understand how he can serve your strategy. So, that's the dream. Where are we? Presently, we are capable to assess totally the safety, and it's very nice when you push a button on a traffic sample and you see all the conflicts according to a separation standard, all the conflicts, the aircrafts which are concerned, the time, and then you can go back and say, okay, here, what should you have done? Okay, we change that, up, and we pray. That sort of thing. Traffic, sector load, we can count, we can analyze the emissions, the noise, and what we intend to develop is cost. And my dream is to be capable to compute the cost for the airline, the cost for the ATC, the cost for the aerodrome operator, to see where is the compromise. But it's still a dream. Huh? I don't know if the dream will become realities. Delays, complexity of your airspace, but this is really important. What we did 2 years ago is a proof of concept on Orly Airport. And you see here that above you have the pictures of what the situation was. And we decided to channel one traffic stream through one point and to see the influence in terms of distribution of the trajectories and noise. And you see here the pictures, they are obvious. And you can assess it in one go, 10 minutes. The other thing, tomorrow I will show a bit of this Bogota project. And this Bogota project, we did it manually, without any tools. And of course, as soon as we got the capability to play it with Diadem, I have asked my team to put the data in the system and reproduce the noise analysis that we had done manually before. And that's the result, and you will see the curve tomorrow. It's relatively satisfying to see that. And don't forget, I don't know what is the situation in Indonesia, but in Europe, when you redesign your airspace, especially approaches and departures around an airport, don't forget to convince the neighborhood. And that's really becoming a problem in Europe. I don't know in Asia, but that's a real challenge. We have seen it in Toulouse not so far, some years ago. And it's a nightmare to change the procedures because you have the habit that the aircraft is not flying over your house. I changed the procedures, and now you have 10 per day. Nice. And of course you will complain. But the other one who lost the aircraft will not complain. He will be happy. If you go reversely, you will complain. So then that's a difficulty. I discovered it more or less 30 years ago. We reorganized the Paris TMA, and at that time, was young, not anymore. We were happy because we had balanced the trajectory all over the Paris region. So the constraints were less but for everybody. And then we saw a number of people complaining. Of course, only a few, the ones who had the traffic before, were satisfied, but the majority was unsatisfied. And then the question is how to build a system which is a good compromise for everybody. But at least be capable to assess and measure, and then you will have a sort of promotion and convincing strategy. Okay, it's nice. Perhaps you believe it's nice, I don't know. But the big question is, okay, how does it work when I don't have so much data? Because the nice model that Mohamed just presented can be available and cannot be available depending the place where you are in the world. And I'm working with a number of developing countries. So what we tried is to use our platform with no data. At least what we used for traffic sample, we use flight radar data, so ADSB collected data from satellites. And we were able, with only that and a bit of knowledge of the local AIP, to do the same. This is an example of Dakar, with no data provided by Dakar. And I was happy, because now I know that if I want something very accurate, of course, we have to work together, we have to do a number of things. But I know also that depending, I am capable to do a few things without having everything. And this is really important, because the reality of the world is not that everybody has exhaustive data on his airspace, his situation, his radar tracks. It's the reality. We will, in a few weeks, work with Haiti to change from procedural environment to radar surveillance. What is the situation? They don't have any track records, radar track records, because they don't have any radar. So you have to play with that sort of things to organize the airspace, which will allow them to well use their airspace. A few words on the Eurocontrol impact model, which is the environmental one. In fact, what we do with the analyzers, we are not as clever as CGX. You know, they are, if you want to take someone clever, ask him. We just use the things. And what we have developed is bridges to some analyzers. Like that, we are capable to use to have all the benefit of the analyzer. And for example, if this model is progressing, I will progress with him without effort. So this is here what the impact model is proposing. All sorts of gas emission analysis, noise also. And this is what we did, just a short comparison which was done by an intern on Dakar with no data, but we had the traffic. We were comparing the Airbus fleet and the ATR, but it was just for fun, just to see if we were capable to do it. Here, we were looking at what emission was created by what flight. Then you see, depending the airline, depending who is playing, what it is producing, how they use the procedure well or not, what they create. We have other use cases on the pedagogy. that we just recently improved the platform, and Mark will propose it. We want also to test new control methods. PBN is already an old game. I already spoke from new aircraft and drone insertion. So this is a big potential. This is a work in course. And of course, our hope, our ambition is to be capable to contribute, but I would say not politically, to sustainable development of the airspace, but technically and with methods to have the capacity to contribute to this big challenge which we have in front of us, which is to support the growth of traffic, but manage the environmental impact and also the efficiency of what we do collectively, be it on the aeronautical information management process, be it on the ATC, be it airborne, or be it wherever, as a global system. And I think I am finished, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Farid. So just to be sure that everybody understood, those kind of improvements, those kind of efficiency could not be triggered without the provision of digital data. And I think this kind of presentation and this very nice way of collaborating works would not be possible without structure, without methodology from the DAS department. I would invite you to ask questions, of course, if you have any. Farid would be more than happy to answer it. Yeah, we have a question here.
Thank you, Mr. Zizi. My question is about performance analysis that you said in the explanation. I understand the performance analysis based on data traffic, but I don't get yet the point relating to performance analysis based on performance assumption. So how can we analyze based on assumption to get the accurate result in the system? I mean, how is it work? Thank you.
I'm not too sure I understood. Clearly, for me, analysis means separation standards or number of occurrence in terms of safety. When it is about capacity, it's the workload on a given sector, depending the time of the day, depending the traffic, depending the traffic orientation. And of course, you have maximum capacity. And if you are capable with the same tool, which will be shown by Mark, to play with your controllers, then you can perhaps elevate a bit this capacity limit of your sector and gain, and perhaps instead of having it very stable, change it by period of the day, depending the shifts. And the third thing is to be capable to do some bargains in between environment. For example, we just did, that was with Thales, some project where the aim was to make some deal at some period of the day where instead of giving the priority to capacity, you were giving the priority to environment, which means that you were offering the optimum flight level to the flight. You were delaying the top of descent consistently with the demand of the pilot. And like that, we were gaining a lot. And And of course, this was contradicting a bit some letter of agreement when you transfer flights, etc., etc. But we were capable to see the benefit and then to negotiate the letter of agreement. That's what I call performance. So what you mentioned is performance assumptions. You always have a situation when you enter in a project where you have a given say on what are the performance assumptions, what you expect from your controllers, how you measure. But at the end of the project, normally your project should have changed a bit this compromise. And you should be, first of all, capable to demonstrate to your controllers or to your people how it is changed and if it is acceptable. I don't know in Indonesia, but I can tell you that if we are not capable to convince our controllers in France, it will be difficult to implement the project. So this is really important to have them understand it. And the other thing is if you then announce your capacity limit to Eurocontrol or whatever, the network manager in Brussels, be sure that it is working and that you can play. So I'm not sure I answered your question, but this is the way we want to play. And this is also the way we want to be aware at any step of progression of any project. What happens if it is a big project? Well, I just mentioned the Paris TMA. I think it was a 5-year project to design. Normally, with such a collaborative platform, you increase in speed, but after 5 years, you don't redo the project. You just implement it with the proper compromise you have to pass. So what is really important is to be capable to assess and demonstrate the performance along the project development.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there complementary questions from the audience? Maybe waiting for some question. I have one question for you, Farid. In your slides, you mentioned that with Diadem, you can improve the implementation by 30% and the productivity by 30%. Where this 30% applied for? It is on the timeline of the airspace design implementation? Is it on the number of resources that should be involved?
In fact, usually the timeline is a multiplier of the resources. Number of days, of working days, or number of people, it's really, there is a correlation in between. A good example is between us, between CGX and FRAX. We had common projects where CGX was in charge of the procedure design and FRAX was in charge of, with air traffic controllers, of the airspace design with ATM. When CGX is developing a new procedure, the question is how you describe it in the system. Just before Diadem, they were designing it, using GeoTitan, assessing the obstacles, blah, blah, blah. Okay, we have done that. And now you are obliged to transform it, reintegrate the data in your system. Now, what they can do, hopefully the next time AIXM 5.2, they will produce, presently what they can produce the seed or the star. I get a KML format, and as soon as I get the KML format, instantaneously, the aircraft will fly the procedure on the platform. I have avoided 2 weeks of perhaps copying, pasting the various data, and I am capable to react immediately to say bullshit, change. or to modify a bit. It's giving us a possibility to have a quick exchange and not let the ink dry before, after some weeks and months, I come back to them. I gained a lot.
Thank you, Farid. Is there any additional question from the audience? Yes, we have a question here. We have 1 minute. Fair enough.
Thank you. Can you elaborate a little bit on the openness to UTM? You've mentioned that it can also be useful for drones. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
I can show you during the workshop because I have a simulation on drones. It would be the same on an aircraft, on a new aircraft. As soon as we can, you can provide the model of flight of the UAS. Then for me it's a track. It's a track, and then I can put this track in the middle of a swarm, of an aircraft swarm, of a situation. And when I have that, I can play with it. I can change the rules. I can tell you, okay, when I have an aircraft at that point in the star, don't go there. I can invent a sort of separation standards from RPS to aircraft, etc., etc. I can show you a demonstration what we had on Bordeaux, where we were having a real drone piloted by Safran in Paris. The simulation was occurring in Bordeaux. So it was a real drone inserted in a ATC simulation, played with real controllers. And like that, you can begin to rethink your methodologies, to invent new rules, to design it for the given airspace, etc., etc. But of course, we need the behavior of the UAS, like it would be the case for a new aircraft with new behavior.
Thank you, Farid, and thank you everybody for all those interesting questions. I'm really sorry, but we are running out of time. I think MC will introduce the next speaker to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Farid Zizi, for your presentation and for the sharing session. Let's move on to the third speaker, Mr. Mark Alvarez. He is project manager of France Aviation Civil Services. So, time is yours.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. Selamat pagi. I will be the last presentation of this morning, so before the lunch break. So I will try not to be too boring. I'm just waiting for the screen to come. Okay. So the title of my presentation is Digitalization, a new asset for ADCO training. It will not be a very technical presentation, less technical than Mohamed, a little bit less technical than Farid, but so it will not be directly linked to data, but a little bit, and I will focus on the digitalization, and let's say it will be a side effect or positive benefits from the digital data inserted, let's say, in the IP. So what I'm going to do with you, first I will sum up very quickly what Farid presented with Diadem, with benefits. I will focus on what is ADCO training today, and from this point we will go to using Diadem to a modern and digitalized simulation tool, and I will focus on the added value of this kind of ADCO training, what I will call a new vision. So I go quickly. We made with the platform. We had some partnership with French DSNA, that is a French air navigation service provider, with Thales, with ASECNA in Africa. And we do some airspace design, as Farid presented before. But with the Diadem platform, we can go more. We can do more than only airspace design. And with you, I would like to focus on ADCO training. So we will be on this part, ADCO training. This is a possibility. And sorry for the colors, because it's not so good on the screen. So, in the presentation, the MC told you I was air traffic controller. I was in charge of training and also in the competent authority in the oversight of the training. So I know a little bit of ADCO training. First, when you have to perform ADCO training, you have some requirements. You've got the ICAO requirement with Annex 1, the personal licensing. That will be chapter 4 for air traffic controllers. You also have national, or for Europe, international regulation. This is a regulation from 2015. It's a big book. It's more than 300 pages with a guidance material. And inside this one, there is a description of what is ADCO training. So when you train an air traffic controller, you cannot do what you want. You have some requirements and you have to be compliant with this. We even have other extra requirements. For example, the Doc 156 on the competency-based training for air traffic controllers. So what we do with these requirements? We are going to perform ADCO ratings. We have three main kinds: aerodrome licensing, aerodrome ratings, approach ratings, can be approach procedures or approach surveillance, and en route rating for procedures or for surveillance. Here in Indonesia, you've got around 70 towers, around 40 approaches, and 2 area central control centers. I will focus only on the presentation with the possibility with Diadem on the 2 who are approach and en route rating. So we have the requirement. With the requirement, we are going to design the training. Of course, I will focus on practical training. You will have to use tools, like say simulators. This will take you a long time. It will be quite expensive. The next step will be delivery of training. And the last one will be the assessment and the rating for the licensing. Just to give you some clues to well understand, the training is divided into 2 main parts: the ab initio training with the initial and unit training plan, and the refresher training. The refresher training includes the training when there is a change. So that can be the link with what Farid said. When you have an airspace design or procedures, main procedures that are changes, you need to train your air traffic controllers. So this will be described in the unit competence scheme. So those are the 2 main parts of the training. You also need to train on abnormal and emergency training. This can be this have to be included in the ab initio and the refresher. When I say has to be, it's a requirement coming from the ICAO and your national rules that have to be compliant with the annex. And all this nowadays, since a few years, you need to use the competency-based training. I go on this quite quick because I want to inform you on what is today digitalized and what we can do in the future using tools like Diadem. First, we have theoretical training with lesson, lecture, conference, and also e-learning. E-learning, it's the first step of digitalization. We've got practical training for air traffic controllers. It's the main part. It's a very long part. We are using simulations and, of course, on-the-job training. And the assessment for the theoretical part and the practical one with multiple choice questionnaire, oral examination, or practical tests. What is already digitalized today? The e-learning, we have some web platforms, and I don't know how it is in Indonesia, but for example, for us in France, in the French Academy, ENAC, during the COVID-19 pandemics, they have developed a lot of the self-training on the web platforms. We also have part task trainer. I will give you the precise definition in a few minutes, with what we can call light simulator. For example, in France, the ENAC, the French Academy, has developed what is called ELSA, ENAC Light Simulator for ATC. And it helps self-learning. But we will, I just can say, this is a very useful tool, but it needs to implement the simulation, you need to know a lot, and it takes time. That will be the difference with using Diadem. So, of course, this first step of digitalization can probably be improved. What we know today about training of the air traffic controllers. It's expensive, but if it's expensive, it's necessary, because air traffic controller is related to safety, so we need to have them well trained with a high level of competency, so that is money. And it's part of the cost is due to the simulation, because you need to buy the simulator, you need to pay for the pseudo pilots for the simulator, and all this is expensive. The training is dependent on the availability of simulators and instructors. Sometimes you can, if you want to train a lot of trainees, you need to have many simulators, or if you just have one simulator, it will take you a long time to train a lot of people. It's also dependent on the infrastructures, because you need to install and deploy ATC simulators. And of course, it's time consuming, because to train an air traffic controller, it depends also if you train them for a single rating or multiple rating. I don't know exactly how it is in Indonesia or in other country in Asia, but for example in France, all our air traffic controllers are multi-ratings. That means we train them to be able to be employed in a tower, in a center, or in an approach. So all this can be improved. Here on the picture, you see an approach simulator. So you need space, because we have one radar screen for the trainee, let's say, one radar screen for the instructor. We need all this material, so you need space and money to buy it. But of course, I don't want you to misunderstand what I'm saying. At the end, we will always need big simulators. But what I can propose with this new asset is to mix the simulator with other tools that are, let's say, less expensive and more efficient, and more agile also to use. Can we improve all this model that I presented in the 10 past minutes to become more efficient? How can we use digitalization to upgrade and facilitate training? Those are the questions, and I will try to answer the question in the second part of the presentation. That I called a new vision for ADCO training. What can we do with Diadem? Diadem, you've seen it, the presentation a few minutes ago by Farid. As he said, it's a collaborative platform, but we are adding at this platform the possibility of using it as a training part. I come to EASA definition to make the difference between what is a simulator and what is a part task trainer. Simulator, according to this definition, means a synthetic training device that presents the important features of the real and operational environment and reproduces the operational conditions under which the person undertaking training can practice real-time tasks directly. On the opposite, or complementary, the definition of park task trainer, we can call it in the next slide PTT, means a synthetic training device to provide training for specific and selected operational tasks without requiring the learner to practice all of the tasks which are normally associated with a fully operational environment. Regarding this definition, I will say Diadem can be considered as a PTT, and it will allow high level of digitalization. So having in mind Diadem can be a park task trainer, we will focus on this part of the platform, and I will try to explain you what we consider the added value of this platform for the training purpose. Very sorry, because on the right side of the screen the colors are very bad. This is supposed to be the standard classical ATC simulator, and this on the left side, this is Diadem. So what I want to say and to show and to make the link with the digitalization of the data is on the left hand side. For Diadem, we come from ERIP and we capture directly the procedures, the environment, the zone. That means we don't need to code this in the simulator. Here, on the standard simulator, you have to implement and code all the procedure, all the SID, all the stars, all the airways that you will have in your airspace for the training. About the, about the traffic, with Diadem, we will take directly the sample from the real traffic. We will see the benefits in a few seconds. When you have a classical simulator, you need to create flight plan for all the flights of your simulation. About the weather data will be collected directly from real situation with Diadem. That will help, for example, in an equatorial region like Indonesia, where you can have a lot of thunderstorms. You can input this in the in the platform. In a standard simulator, you will need to implement manually all the weather conditions that you want. So I hope next slide the colors will be better. So at this step, what can be the benefits of Diadem? It's really easy to create and update in a short time some exercises. You don't need to call all the trajectories, they come directly from the ERIP. That means if you don't have the ERIP, what I'm presenting is not working, because the interest of Diadem is to save time, to have no mistakes, no errors, because you have the good trajectories from the ERIP. So this is important to understand. You don't need to create the flight plan. They are directly implemented from radar trajectories coming from the Asterix format. It will be a realistic traffic because you have copy of existing traffic. And of course, it's really easy to change the time in the timeline of your flight, but you will have the real traffic. One positive benefit, it's based on real flights, and the aircraft performance will be very accurate. I don't know which kind of simulator, ATC simulator you are using here, but when I was using simulator in France, we were always, as a user, we were always complaining about the aircraft performances. We were always saying they are not exactly representing what are the performances. For example, here you often have high temperature. If you are making a simulation on departing traffic, of course the performance of the aircraft when the temperature is 35 degrees are not the same as when the temperature is 10 or 15 degrees. So from this point, I think it's a real benefit. It's really easy to pilot. The interface is, let's say, friendly, and you don't need to use a long time for training your pseudo-pilots. It's a web platform, so you just need an internet access to use this diadem to train your air traffic controllers. And another benefit, I will show you on a map in a few minutes, it's you don't need to be all in the same place. You can have your instructor in a place, the pseudo-pilot in another place, the trainee in different locations. So I will show you a video in a few seconds. On this video there is no sound, so I will just explain it. I think it's starting. So this is just the interface for piloting. We are going to move this aircraft, let's say, is asking to turn left. The pilot, it just moves here to the heading 115. You see here the aircraft is turning. Here it's a descent to flight level 130 and reduce the speed to 230 knots. Here you have the clearances, and you see it's moving. In comparison with other simulators, sometimes it's quite difficult to use the interface for the pseudo-pilot. Here it's quite easy. On the left-hand side, you see a lot of widgets, but I don't take time to show you. It's just it started about 40 seconds ago, and the aircraft has moved, has descended, and reduced the speed. So I will show you another video. The aim of showing you the video is for also for piloting. Here it was we called timeline, and in fact, when the aircraft is in the first line, that means it's an incoming aircraft. For the time being, is not in the simulation, so the pseudo-pilot has not done the first call with the controller. When it's done on the second line, that means is already calling. It's already called. This is a simulation for departures from Paris Charles de Gaulle Airport. So, for example, this flight, Austrian 10 Golf, is on the second line because it's already airborne, passing 3,000 feet climbing. So, it's already done. I will launch the video, and you will see here the next flight to take off is called Air France 066, and we are going to see it. Oops, sorry. Yes, sorry. I'm not good with the technology. It will start in a few seconds. It's my mistake. All was good before I made a mistake. I promise the aircraft is going to take off. Ah, that's right. So we see this line is moving. It's called the timeline. You look here from the northern runway, the aircraft is going to take off. When he has taken off, it's like a log for the pilot. He knows he has to call for this airfront 066, just airborne, following the SID at 5 alpha, climbing to flight level 100. And we continue. The next one will be departing, I think, from the southern runway. It will be this. I just let you see for a few seconds. The aircraft is airborne. The timeline has moved. And that is the end of this video. So it's just to illustrate, it's quite easy to pilot. You don't need to have some papers or some pop-up to say you, oh, you have to speak with, to call for this aircraft. Is just here on the timeline. We will see another video in a few minutes. Sorry?
If you don't mind, we will finish the presentation and welcome the question after. Thank you.
So on this table, it's about the people involved in a simulation with Diadem platform. So you will have a trainee, coordinator, one instructor for him, a trainee, let's say, making the control with the instructor. We can have an adjacent controller for another center, and we can have the pseudo-pilot. What is important to understand, it's all the communication are made via internet directly on the Diadem platform. It's very different from the a simulator. When you have a simulator, you have the radios, the telephones that needs to be in place. Here, you just need an headphone, and that's all, on a platform, an internet connection. ATCO trainees, instructor, and pseudo-pilot can speak via telephone or radio. It's just on the computer. You just have to press one button and it's okay. No need to install specific system. No need of maintenance for the radio system. So it's very positive, let's say. This is, of course, for all people in the room coming from Indonesia. You know this map quite well, even if it's a French map of Indonesia. Let's imagine we are here in Jakarta, in the training center with your practical instructor on Java Island. We can have on Sumatra Island in Medan, we can have the pseudo-pilots. And in Sulawesi, in Makassar, you can have the trainees. So what is this kind of benefit? It's you don't need to travel on. You know, in Indonesia, it's a huge country with many islands. Sometimes some remote islands, they don't have a lot of connection, or it can be from Makassar to Jakarta. It's let's say 2 hours and a half travel. So you can use this. And it can be very benefit. I look at the time. It's good. So the PTT with Diadem is easy to use, friendly, and quite intuitive interface. And I want also to focus on something quite interesting. For me, it was a really good point. That is the sound quality. I told you the transmission, the communication are made via the web platforms, but it was designed to make a difference between the pilot messages with what I call spatial sound and controller messages, controller on communication on the radio and on the telephone with other controllers. We will have a standard sound. It's cost saving because, for example, you don't need to travel to the training center to follow practical training. I remind you, this is just a tool that doesn't means that you will not use simulators. It's complementary with big simulators. If you remember the definitions, you need to use simulators, but Park Task Trainer will help you to save time, to save cost, and when the trainee will go to the simulator, they will not discover the environment. They will not discover what they have to do. They will know a lot of things, and they will put all this together in the simulator room. It's also cost saving because you don't need to implement simulators everywhere. You can rationalize your use of simulators. If you have complementary PTT like Diadem, you can mix both and you are saving money. I will make use this video. Normally there is sound, so if we can have the sound. And I don't know if I press the button or you press the button. Okay, so
Air France 066 direct Atrex, climb flight level 130.
this was the controller speaking. The sound is not so good, but what you can hear, the sound is different. Again, the controller. And the sound is different. I think the quality here is not so good, and the way we made the video is not perfect. But I just ask you to believe me, the difference of sound is very interesting for air traffic controllers, because usually in the simulator you have the same kind of sounds when it's another controller that is speaking to you on the telephone, when you speak to a pilot, and here, as a potential user, I would say, I think it's a good added value. So this was the last video. Farid, in his presentation, was speaking about fast time simulation, real-time simulation, and playtime simulation. For us, on the ADCO training purpose, the fast time simulation is not applicable. So I will focus on real-time and playtime simulation. Real-time simulation is good when you change your working methods. For example, you have a new airspace design. It's a main change. I don't know, let's say you change the Jakarta TMA procedures, or you build a new airfield. I think there is a project for the new capital, probably new airfield. So you do this. So with real-time simulation, you can test and validate the new working method linked with the new procedures, and it can be useful. And in that case, probably you don't need a full simulator, because you train for a change ADCOs that they already knows their job, let's say. So it's just to familiarize them with new trajectories. On the playtime simulation, it's good because you can have what we call the test hypothesis. What if I have this situation, if I give this clearance, this is this result. I can go back with the same situation, give another heading, for example, and see what is happening. It's also interesting for abnormal situation to see what is the best. I don't like to say the best. What is a practical situation to solve it? So I can say Diadem can be a useful park test trainer. It allows to test different scenarios from the same initial situation. Of course, if you are playing 2 times, 3 times, 4 times the same situation, it will be time consuming. But you have to see that on the positive side, because it will help to improve the quality of the learning. And on a pedagogical point of view, to allow trainees to play as long as necessary to understand and duplicate the situation is a good thing. This can be done also with other park task trainer, like I was mentioning before, the ELSA from the ENAC is good also because it's designed for self-learning. So you can do it first with an instructor and after you continue by yourself. I showed you 3 videos. It was made by somebody working in our team on the Diadem. It took him just a few minutes to do it. So it's very easy to record short video, and the short video will help the trainee to learn. We can have also a briefing, and we can digitalize and allow saving times, because if in the briefing you always say the same thing, it's better not to repeat, and you can have it. You can watch the video as many times as you need, and it's helping the self-learning. I think you always need instructor, but sometimes it's always good to mix it with self-learning. So this is for us. What we have to improve is the timeline for the coordination. On the timeline I showed you for the on the screen on the video, it was for the first call sign, first call, sorry, but we can also improve this. With this table, we are arriving at the end of the presentation, more or less. I think the time is good. So on the table, I try to summarize the benefits of this kind of tool, the platform Diadem. The cost efficiency, I said it a few times. I'm not a businessman. The businessman is my boss. But everybody, probably if in the room we have some managers of air traffic controllers training, cost, if we can diminish the cost, it's good. You don't need to invest. To train the pseudo pilots, it's quite a short time, and if you are interested by this kind of product, you don't need to pay for a license, because we don't sell, let's say, the platform. We just price for the service. It's time saving in regarding the preparation of the exercises. We estimate it's about -70% time compared with a classical simulator. And this is due to the ERIP. I make the link with the data. It's very important, because if you don't have this, you will not be able to save as many time, because you will have to come back and code all the procedure, all the seats. And if you are in a big airport like Jakarta, you've got many runways, so many stars, many seats. So it's better to, there are 2 benefits with the RIP. There will be no mistake, because when you code by yourself, you can put a waypoint not at the good position. With the RIP, it's good, and you save time. This time it's not saving money, it's saving time. There is really a pedagogical added value with the possibility of play against the situation. It's easy to update when there is a change of procedure. That will allow you to always have exercises in your set of exercises that are updated. And there is also limited maintenance, so you don't need specific budget for this, and you quick update if there is a new version. Just to conclude, I would say this is quite new for us. Diadem was built about 3 years ago, I think, and the possibility of using Diadem as a park task trainer is quite new, and we are going to use it this year in 2024, because we have a main project in Haiti, in the Caribbean islands. This country hasn't got any radar or ADSB today, so all the air traffic controllers from Port-au-Prince are using the procedural ratings, so the procedural air traffic control, and they will have to be transformed for this main change in with radar qualification, and we will do it using Diadem for the OFNAC, that is our client, and for a big part of the project we will use PTT Diadem, and the trainers, the instructor will be in France, in Paris or in Toulouse, and the trainees, they will be let's say 6,000 kilometers away, westernly, and they will take the benefits of this platform. Terima kasih. If there is any question.
Thank you, Marc. So I think it's not necessary to ask if we have some question from the audience. If somebody can directly bring the microphone to the table in front, please. Just one highlight before welcoming the first question. Thank you, Marc, for stressing this out. We talked on the first day about the necessity for especially the AIS people or generally the civil aviation to accept the fact that sometimes this investment is not for your proper needs but for others' needs. And I think this presentation was very interesting on that point, because the investment made on the AIS side regarding the digitalization of the data, the centralization of the data, the adherence to standard is directly benefiting to another body of the civil aviation part, ANSP, ADCO training, reducing the costs of the air traffic simulation. And at that point, I think it's highlighting very well the speech from Mr. Farid from the beginning. Don't think about self-return of investment. It will never work this way. You invest for safety and you invest for other people, and I think this is the beauty of the human being. Let's welcome the first question.
Much very good. It's in fact their evolution of the training, ATCO trainings. So right now, do we need to update our simulators, or it's a new version to start with?
I confirm this
update or upgrade the existing simulators. Is it possible to just upgrade the existing ones, or do we need to go for this type of training and have a new software and hardware?
I think you need to make both, but I see Farid wants to answer you.
Yes, two things. First of all, you will reduce the time of using a full-size simulator. You don't need to change your simulator because this is a web service. So you don't need any physical facility except micro computers with screens. So what you have on your desk, perhaps a bit more. It depends on you. If you want to represent more or less a similar environment to the ATC control, but myself, I work with my personal computer on it. So it's up to you. The software is on the platform, the data is on the platform, the management and the administration is on the platform. It's just a web service, nothing more. But what it is helping you is to adapt to any situation. And then of course, one of the problems it may create is that that sort of platform is far more dynamic than a full-size simulator. Which may happen is that you can get the dynamicity with that sort of platform, and then your full-size simulator will lag behind and will not be able to catch up with the new airspace organization, the new whatever. But that's a step further. Then the step further will be perhaps that when you have designed your airspace, changed the rules, etc., you are capable to enter the data with Mohammed's data set in your full-size simulator. But at least this is allowing a number of things. One thing I want to insist on is on Haiti. Haiti, perhaps you don't know the country, but you have seen in the news, they have a very big security challenge presently. So which means that for us French, it's a challenge to send instructors there. With that sort of tool, we can assist them without sending people and putting them in danger because of security challenges. I know in most of countries this is not a challenge, but Haiti is one of the poorest countries in the world with security challenges, and they need assistance. This is allowing it. Otherwise, I think I would not be authorized to send instructors there.
I will just add what Farid said. What I presented to you, the Diadem platform for ADCO training, is not replacing the classical full-size simulator. It's complementary, and I think before I was working for the Civil Aviation Authority, when I was oversighting the French ANSP and the French Academy, I was checking, they had some part task trainer, it was not Diadem but other part task trainer, but there was also some requirements to have full-size simulator. So it's not the same, it's complementary, and I think one of the, if you well balance both, you will start with part task trainer that will help people to get some basic competencies, and you only go to the simulator that is more expensive, that is taking more time. You go there when the trainee already knows a lot of things. It's just before going on the job training. Sometimes you don't need simulator. If you are in a small airport with very few aircraft, it's not absolutely required to use a simulator. But for example, in the EASA, in the European regulation, if you are in a big airport, in a main airport like Paris Airport, London Airport, Amsterdam Airport, you cannot train on the job training, on the real position, if you don't go before on a simulator, on a full-size simulator. But what I'm saying, it's before going on the full-size simulator, use part task trainer, like our platform, and instead of needed, let's say 20 hours in the simulator, probably you will only need 10 hours in the simulator, because before you will pass the part task trainer, and it will be more efficient when you go to the simulator. That is my answer.
Excuse me. This will do for the approach and area control trainings, but how can we use it for the aerodrome tower training?
I was saying it in the start of the presentation when there was a rating. I told you I will focus on the APP, APS, ACP, ACS, because today it's not for the aerodrome training. So it's not useful for this. It could be a progress, but I'm not sure it would be the same design. And honestly, it can be good on a computer to make simulation for approach or for en route because you use a radar. From what I know from aerodrome air traffic control, you need to see the aircraft, you need to look outside, so a small computer is not a good thing.
Thank you for this very interesting question. Is there any further clarification required? Please feel free.
I think everybody needs to a break. Perhaps. That is like in school.
We were a little bit late on the schedule, but I think we can save. Thank you for.
I went through the France Civil Aviation website and went through the proposed points of the diadem, and two proposed points, which is performance evaluation for new type of aircraft, okay, and the simulation of the effect of a fleet change for airline companies. Can you explain that, please?
Yes, I can explain. The idea behind is what I just explained with the collaborative platform Diadem, is that I cited a new aircraft manufacturer. Let's say that you change A320 to A320neo. What your aircraft manufacturer will tell you is the new behavior of the aircraft. You get a simulation, your traffic sample, and if you get the model, the performance model of the aircraft, and then you ingest it in Diadem, and you replace in your traffic sample all A320 classical ones by A320 Neo. Like that, you do the environmental analysis. You will be capable to compare, to have the benefit, the real benefit, of having this new aircraft in your sky. Very often, what happens is that myself, I like Airbus, I like all those who makes very nice demonstrations. Even Thales did some last year on some project. But it's not the same of demonstrating that you can optimize one flight from start to the end, and then that you can have n flights and you optimize the situation. Because one flight, that was the Albatros demonstration last year in France. I don't know if my French colleagues remember it. It's relatively easy. You give the priority to deliver the flight level to the aircraft, blah, 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 blah. But then when you have 30 aircrafts per hour in one sector, you will not give the optimized flight level to everybody. You have to find where is the compromise. With a tool like Diadem, you can play, change, try, search where is the optimum. And like that you can do. So for one new aircraft, I had the answer. Then you are an airline. You buy new aircrafts. And for example, I've seen Air France trying to make some, having some speeches telling that on some airport they will have decreased the environmental footprint because they changed their type of aircraft. But it's a speech. What you can add to the speech is a clear demonstration. You take a traffic sample, you change the aircraft, you measure, you have numbers. I don't know if it is sufficient to persuade people, but at least it's a different things to have quantitative measurement compared to qualitative speeches. You see? And that's the way myself, I want us collectively to progress, is to be a bit less political, a bit more technical and methodological.
Thank you.
Thank you for these very interesting questions. Do we have additional questions? Mr. Alam? Mr. Alam, you got a question? I saw your, sorry, I saw your hand raised. So if we don't have further question, I think, MC, we can close the morning session.
Thank you very much. Okay, can we please give a big round of applause for the three speakers who have just sharing the knowledge with us. Thank you very much, Mr. Muhammad Ali, Mr. Farid Zizi, and also Mr. Mark Alvarez. Thank you very much also to our moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will have lunch break, yeah? So please be back at 1:55, yeah, be precise, 1:55. We will continue our session at 1:55. So enjoy the lunch. Hopefully you enjoy the food. Thank you very much to all the speakers, and we will be back with another interesting topics. We still have 3 more sessions, so please be ready with the next session. Thank you very much, and I'll see you. Don't forget about the angklung sound, yeah, to remind you to get back to your seat. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and have a good lunch. Not yet? Did I hear not yet? And if because we have a mie goreng.
Look, I prefer my mie goreng ayam, thank you.
Oh, mie goreng ayam, okay. We have mie goreng Jawa, mie goreng, yeah, a lot of mie goreng. Okay, one more maybe. Maybe from here? From here. Hi, beautiful. Can you please tell us your favorite food?
Saya suka bubur ayam.
Bubur ayam, bubur ayam. So bubur ayam is porridge ya. So where do you try bubur ayam?
Pertama kali di Bandung.
Di Bandung, ternyata lancar juga bahasa Indonesianya ini ya. Oke, saya mau yang nggak bisa bahasa Indonesia deh kalau gitu ya. Thank you, Miss. Oke, I wanna hear from. Okay. Mr. Farid Zizi, sorry, I really like to interrupt you. It is very funny to interrupt you. What is your favorite food so far?
To be honest, I don't know. I liked everything but spicy.
But spicy, really? Do you like spicy food? Okay, what is your favorite food, favorite menu from the lunch today?
From the lunch, what did I eat? To be honest, I take a bit of everything. And then I taste it, so I don't remember even what I have eaten. You put a bit of spicy sauce on it. And yes, I like the chocolate fontaine.
Okay, I think everyone likes chocolate. It's not fair that you say chocolate fontaine. Okay, Indonesian favorite food?
I don't know.
He really into the topic, so yeah, he forget about the food, but he he really mastered. Pagi. You just had your lunch. It's not fair for me that I couldn't hear anything from you. Okay, semangat pagi. Yeah, so ya. Okay, can we please give big round of applause for all of us? All right, let's continue our session. The workshop rules is still the same as before. We have 40 minutes for the speaker to deliver the slides and also followed by 20 minutes Q&A session. You are really encouraged to raise your hand whenever you have questions related to the topic, and also you are really welcome to write it down on the paper if you want to use bahasa, and then our committee, Mbak Caca, Mbak Caca will facilitate your questions to the panelists. Jadi Bapak dan Ibu sekalian yang mau bertanya dengan bahasa Indonesia, kami persilahkan, silakan tuliskan pertanyaannya di secari kertas ya yang ada di meja masing-masing. Nanti boleh diberikan ke tim Airnav untuk ditranslasikan ke panitia. Okay, now I will call the speakers for today's session.
Our first speaker is Miss Nell Lamentek. She is double diploma in aeronautics engineering and business. She's been working for 10 years on the digitalization of operations, first for airlines and now for air navigation service providers. Now she's working for sales as a product line manager. So please welcome on the stage Miss Nell Lamentek. All right, next one. We have Mr. Muhammad Ali Megales, graduated as an engineer from INEC in computer science and aeronautics in 2002. His experience has been built through significant involvement in the management and publication of aeronautical information and data. His contributions have been focused on the development and automation of tools and expert software dedicated to data collection, flight procedure design, and aeronautical charting. And now he's working for CGX Aero as a Chief Technology Officer and Business Development Director. So please welcome on the stage, Mr. Muhammad Ali Megales. And acting as our moderator today, Mr. Farid Zizi, as an Administrator and Executive Director of France Aviation Civil Services. Now, Mr. Farid Zizi was in charge of scientific and international policy of the STEC, and especially leading all transversal activities, coordinating ICAO and European activities. Mr. Farid Zizi has been president of the ICAO Air Navigation Commission from 2014 until 2016. Now, please give big round of applause for all the speakers for today's session. So, Mr. Farid Zizi, I believe you can take over the session.
No, it will work. Okay. Some point it's like systems. Sometimes it's working. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Baggy. So I hope you are not too tired. At least I am finished for the day as a presenter, but I loved it to be on the scene. I like to be the moderator, and especially with Mohammed behind me and Anael, but I'm more respectful to Anael than Mohammed. So Anael, you have the floor on digital NOTAM, if I understand properly, and please.
Thank you, Farid. We couldn't have a workshop on digitalization without talking about digital NOTAM. First, I will start with a question, a survey. You loved the manual surveys from yesterday, but I won't do a digital survey. It will be a hand-raised survey. So my question is, do you know in which year the old NOTAM format was created? So if you think that the old NOTAM format was created before the 1970s, raise your hand. If you think that the NOTAMs were created before the 70s, so 1970, raise your hand. No one? Yeah, one here. Keep it raised if you think that it was created before the 1960s. And keep it raised if you think that it was created before the 1950s. Which is actually the correct answer, because it was created in 1947. So the old NOTAMs have been created more than 70 years ago. So it's more than time to change that format. Technology has evolved so much since then, since 70 years. So it's really time to change the format. I can't change the slide. Il n'est pas allumé? Merci. Thank you. So that's the evolution of the number of NOTAMs during the last 20 years. The number of NOTAMs was increased 5 times. So if you go back to before the year 2000, there were approximately 0.5 million NOTAMs per year created. Now in 2020, it's 5 times more, it's 4 million per year. So imagine the amount of work for pilots to treat all those information. That's a real pre-flight information bulletin I've taken. I counted myself 110 NOTAMs just for a Paris to London flight. So it's something like a 1-hour flight. Okay, there are 2 very big airports, big international airports, but the number of airspace NOTAMs is not so big for such a short flight. So it's 22 pages to be read by pilots of this awful uppercase format. So imagine the time it takes to read all those 22 pages and the risk to miss important information. NOTAMs are very old systems, so they have evolved since 1947, but not that much. So there are still a bunch of unfiltered information. So sometimes a NOTAM about an airport that cannot be used as diversion airport, which is quite an important information, can be number 20 in the list. So there are some chance that pilot miss it, and you will see this is a preview of a video, a very sadly amazing video. So take your popcorn for the next slide. And even if some priority mechanisms have been thought of since then, it remains something very difficult to prioritize, and even in the list, that's definitely not the best way to have prioritized information. Second big problem of NOTAM, the format is awful. The contrast is not so good here, but imagine those pages full of uppercase text. It's extremely complex to read. It's abbreviations that are not always the same. On the right-hand side, I've taken 4 examples of the same type of NOTAMs written differently. So the first one is obstacle lights. The second one is obst tower LGT, obst light tower. All these are for the same thing, but 4 different ways to write it down. So imagine it's absolutely not easy to do statistics on that and computing analysis on that. It exists, but it's very not handy to do it. And worst, impact on safety. This is the movie time I promised. Keep watching on that runway. Something big will appear, despite a NOTAM was emitted. Hopefully, this is a near accident. Nobody was hurt. But you can see the aircraft is just landing on the runway where there are some workers on the runway. So at the end, everyone is fine. But imagine that this NOTAM might have been maybe the 20th of the list, maybe the 30th, and the pilot just missed it. I have another one very funny where you see paragliders and an aircraft below. So this is really a near miss, near accident, so extreme impact on safety. And today, in a world where you can have on Google Maps or any application, you can very easily see, let's say, the restaurants nearby, you can filter those who are open, you can add thousands of types of layers like traffic, so you can know if you will have traffic jam to go to that restaurant or that one. You can have a mental picture in just seconds with the tools we have today. So the technology has evolved a lot in the general audience world. It's time to make it evolve as well in aviation world for NOTAMs. So that's a definition of a digital NOTAM. So digital NOTAM enables the provision of visual, very important word, pre-flight pilot briefing with text in normal sentence case. That's also something very different. We were talking about this crappy uppercase with abbreviations, which should significantly improve the creation of a mental picture, readability, and the visual comfort of the user. So first, It should make the information much clearer. And also the processing, because once you have a digital information in a format that can trigger further actions, it becomes much easier to do statistics, analytics, and workflows. For example, if you have a procedure, so a NOTAM on a navigate, you can directly link it to the procedures impacted. So it's first readability improvement, but it's so much than that. We won't go more technical than this, so hold on. But I couldn't have a presentation without showing you beautiful XML language. You recognize from the presentation of Mohamed this morning the XML marks, so AIXM, 2 dots, and so on. This is an example of the closure of a NOTAM. So you have the time interval and the details of the time interval. So digital NOTAM is that, so typically an AIXM XML format, plus some coding rules, with kind of rules saying it's first the status, the closure reason, start time, and so on. I promised it was the more technical we would do for that presentation. Today, as of per Eurocontrol Digital NOTAM Specification 2.0, there are 24 coding scenarios that have already been created. You might say, yeah, 20, but we have so much more types of NOTAMs today. Why 24? First, it covers 52% of the NOTAMs that are really used, so it's half. But you can tell me, yeah, what about the 48 remaining percentage? So they will come, and meanwhile, you always have this all other and the other type, where actually any type of NOTAM can be coded. So with this digital NOTAM format, you can code any type of old NOTAM, either through dedicated code or using the other, which will be a melting pot of any type of notice to air mission. Among the ones that are coded, 2 big types, airport NOTAMs and airspace NOTAM. A lot about the closure of an aerodrome, closure of a runway, a taxiway, an aircraft stand, an apron, or so on. You can also declare limitation of an aerodrome, change in the runway center line point, change in the runway declared distance, a new obstacle, surface contamination, something that might not be so useful in Asia, the de-icing in operation, but you might be more interested by the aircraft ground service unserviceable or the low visibility procedures in operation. And last one is wildlife hazards. So you can see it's already a big panel of existing coded digital NOTAMs for airport. For airspace, special activity area activation or creation, if it's an ad hoc zone, published ATS airspace activation or deactivation, and creation. So with all that, 52% of all NOTAMs are already covered, and for the 48 remaining percent, the other type of NOTAM. If you're interested and you want to know more, if you have a tender to come and you want to have inspiration about the requirement, this can be your Bible. It's made by Eurocontrol. It's called Airport Digital Event and NOTAM Origination Tool. Sometimes they contract it DNOT, so you might see DNOT as well sometimes. It was made with a lot of feedbacks from experts from the industry. So it's really an operational document with the coding rules. Some schemes like this, for example, a proposal for digital NOTAM creation. So that's really a great document. Then what about use in the world? First, Europe. So in Europe, the Common Project 1 is a new regulation that will enter into force end of December 2025, 31st of December 2025. It's generally speaking more than digital NOTAM. It's really about ATM modernization in Europe, oriented around SWIM services. And it includes digital NOTAM as a mandatory service, which means that all European countries should be equipped by end 2025 and should be able to receive, create, and originate at airport level the event data. Will all European countries be really capable to do that by end 2025? I don't believe so. Probably some countries will be a little bit later, but it should be a big boost. And we can expect that a lot of countries will be compliant. But if they're all compliant by end 2025, you can say that I've mistaken, but I doubt it really much. Okay, Europe, but what about the rest of the world? So what we did for that slide was trying to gather the information we have. So I'm sure that we've missed some countries who have already digital NOTAM in their plans, in their roadmap. For sure, we might have missed some of them. The first country who was really active in the digital NOTAM was the United States. They've been using the format since 10 years. So first the digital NOTAM 1.0. And they have 350 airports already capable of creating digital NOTAMs. Then you have some countries who have demonstrators like Brazil, Russia. And now in the tenders we receive as an industry, I would say that 1 out of 2 include digital NOTAM. Not all of them, but 1 out of 2, maybe a little bit less. So for example, for Algeria, they should have something in 2-3 years. Botswana, it's part of their tender as well. Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Oman, and Singapore has planned it for 2027. So you can see that it's the right time to move, to have something in the years to come. One important prerequisite for digital NOTAM is the AMDB. In most types of system, you will have 2 choices. Either you already have it and you kind of bring your own database, or you will also be able to find service that will bring you the database plus the guarantee that it's remaining up to date. So kind of as a service database. The 2 options will be possible from most industrials. And we'll get a little bit more into details, also to show you how handy it is to have this kind of system compared to the old type of NOTAMs. So you can first see on that screen a big map. That's Paris Charles de Gaulle Airport, for some of you who recognized it. So first, it's extremely graphical. So you can see on the map rectangles here, 1 red here, 1 amber here. So you have a color code based on the criticality of the NOTAM. You can really see it graphically, and you can see extremely precisely where the NOTAM is. Because of course you have, like in AIXM, the geographical format as well. It's very interactive. You can mouse over something and have further information. You can also see a dynamic link between the timeline, the list mode, and the map view. So it's very easy to have this famous mental picture about where the information is coming from. If you look at the timeline, it has all, digital NOTAM has all the properties of temporality of the AIXM data model. So you can visualize, you can first select a specific time. You can see the validity at a glance. So see if it's a very long NOTAM in terms of time or quite limited. Now how to create a NOTAM. It will be much more easy than the old way. No need to remember the hundreds of code of NOTAM. because it will be contextualized. You want to define a NOTAM or a runway, just click on the runway. You will have a pre-listed type of NOTAM that can apply to this kind of object. Runway closure, runway limitation, runway centerline point change, runway declared distance change, or part of runway closure, only specific part of it. So it's contextualized, so it's really, really easier than it used to be. Let's select one of them. You will have pre-filtered information because you already selected one of the runway. So the number of the runway can already be pre-filled. You just have to enter details and remember plain text language details, much easier. Preview. And for the years to come, they will also need to be converted into the old NOTAM format. It will remain important for dozens of years. At least one, probably more. And so that's for the origination part, so that can be done by a data originator at an airport. And of course, submission workflow will be needed with a waiting approval status. So you can see that the NOTAM we've just created together is here. It's been submitted, but not yet approved. And it could also be rejected if not correct. So in terms of user experience, it's much more state-of-the-art than the old NOTAM systems, requires much less training. So there is really some benefits for the pilots, but also from the edition part, it's really, really an improvement, which is actually state-of-the-art elsewhere if you look at the large audience applications. And one question, when will your ANSP switch to digital NOTAM? So we'll do as well the non-digital survey mode with the hand raised. Please raise your hand if your ANSP has digital NOTAM planned, let's say in the next 3 years. 5 years? Yeah, one here. 5 years? 10 years? Okay, so but I'm sure it will come quite soon all over the world, and I'm sure that my slide about the current status of the world doesn't have all the information. So definitely something to be updated in the weeks, years to come. So thank you. That's all. If you have questions.
A big applause to Anaël. Thank you, Anaël. You made it simple, although it was AIXM format. Any questions to Anaël? Otherwise, I will ask some. Mr. from Oman, then there, and there. Okay, let's begin at this table. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. My name is Kresna from Indonesian NOTAM Office. My question is, are there any provision regarding the contents of traditional NOTAM that can be transformed into a digital NOTAM? And then, are digital NOTAM able to accommodate and transform all subject and condition on NOTAM selecting criteria contained in document 126? Thank you.
Okay, so if I got your first question right, is there some way to transform, standardized way to transform digital NOTAM into old NOTAMs?
No.
The other way around?
Yeah, old NOTAM to digital NOTAM.
So anyway, you will need a new type of data origination tool for the graphical part. So most of the time, it will be at least a separate system. So you will create the digital NOTAM format that will be translated into the old NOTAM format. For the next 10 years to come, it will remain a key requirement. But we see it more that way also because all NOTAM systems are quite old. So it's a good moment to renew them. So it will be more in that way, for new tools to create the digital NOTAM, converted into old NOTAM, to be able to have the graphical representation rather than the other way around. You could always, if you remember, you have the other digital NOTAM mode, so you could create all your old NOTAM as other digital NOTAM, but you would miss the graphical part, so it's not, at least we would not recommend it.
Thank you.
Thank you. We had another question here on the second table. No, behind you. Okay, let's begin with Oman.
Hi, Anila. Regarding the coding scenario, will that help in a way or another with the filtering of the NOTAMs by subject?
I think the coding scenario will not impact ANSP so much. It will more impact industries, because from an end user point of view, you will already have it coded. For you, it will be a little bit transparent. But it's a good question about the filtering of NOTAMs. For the moment, it's only classified on those different types of NOTAM. No bigger classification, but that could be an improvement to the format.
So it has nothing to do with the filtering?
No, it's currently not linked to the filter, but really from an end user point of view, it will be transparent. It will be kind of logical for you, because the coding scenario is really first, if you enter, for example, the closure of an event, you must add the reason. So it's very logical steps that from a user point of view will just appear to be normal. So you won't really see it. That's the very, very bottom of the iceberg. From the top, you will just say, okay, yeah, it's been well done. It's been well thought of by experts. It's look user-friendly.
Thank you.
The table behind, just the table behind.
Thank you, Anel. I'm Franz from Aeronautical Indonesia. For now, in Indonesia, we still use the old format of NOTAM. So, my question is, if we want to implement the digital NOTAM format, the first thing in the state, are we need to implement the IXM 5.1 first, then we transform into the digital NOTAM format, or we can implement that the IXM NOTAM format without the IXM 5.1. Thank you.
Very good question. If you have to divide by steps, it's more logical to start with AIXM 5.1 implementation and digital NOTAM in the second step. Every change always has a lot of impact on your process. So if you have to prioritize, recommendation would be to do it in 2 steps. First, because digital old NOTAM will remain until all the countries in the world are equipped with digital NOTAM. So you can guess that you have 20 years in front of you, maybe more, before really you can't use all NOTAMs anymore. So there is no real urgency. ICAO will not probably kind of mandate a use of digital NOTAM. So it can be done only at regional level, like Europe is doing. But few countries will really mandate the use of digital NOTAM at a specific date. So I would recommend to first have AIXM 5.1 with the right data quality, and then 2 years later, maybe switch to digital NOTAM.
Thank you very much, Anaël. We had a question on the table behind there.
Thank you, Ampel. Maybe I want to continue the first question. For the old NOTAM is using the item A, B, C, D, and E maybe, and key lines. But for the digital NOTAM, maybe using feature, is right? The item are transformed to the feature that related to the ISM format. I want to confirm that. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. So you won't have anymore the ABCD, the old format of NOTAMs, but first in the first systems, when you will create a digital NOTAM, it will go through the SWIM protocol, plus it will have to be converted into AFTN and be transmitted as the old NOTAM format. So for the first years, and we said maybe 20 years, you will also have the ABCD format from the old NOTAM in parallel, but in the new digital format, it looks like AXM 5.1, so it's really this XML tag and no more the 5 lines.
Okay, so the item in our format will be accommodated in feature and object, is that right? Or any other mechanism? In digital NOTAM, I mean.
In digital NOTAM, unless you use the format other, which is the open one, in that case you could have this accommodated format like the old one, but otherwise it doesn't really make sense to have the ABCD format.
Okay, thank you.
Any other question? Yeah, here on the right side.
Thank you for the presentation. Looking at the example you shown in the presentation, it looks like there is a time delta of an IXM. So saying that IXM is a prerequisite before we implement digital NOTAM, we look at the implementation of IXM today. Even when we have the same version of IXM, some countries end up needing to have an extension to their IXM. So with this kind of extension, there will be differences between IXM format from one country to another, meaning that there will be field of information in one country that will not be there in other country. For example, there is one country having runway extension surface that not exist in other country. So when it will be implemented into the digital NOTAM, how does this influence the exchangeability of the information? If you have any example in Europe, for example.
That's a very good question. For the moment, in the digital NOTAM format, there is nothing prepared for this kind of extensions. So probably that the first way to do it will be to lose a little bit of information. But it will probably evolve as well if some specific extensions are required. The format of digital NOTAM is evolving, and the 2.0 specification is quite recent. It's between the 1.0 and the 2.0. It's been almost a dozen years of feedback like this. So probably in the 3.0 version, it will include as well this kind of extension, but in the 2.0 it does not.
So that means with the current AXM, for instance, if we implement a digital NOTAM today, for example, if we have this kind of extension, that means this kind of extension can be propagated by one state, but then the other state need to ignore, or it will not come into the machine of other state because there's no such field of information.
It will indeed be probably ignored, yes.
Thank you.
Any other question? So then I have one. I am an old guy, and what I loved in the former format, it was, even with mistakes, it was human readable. And It's nice to have it graphical and with pictures, but then it needs an HMI to interpret the message and to transform it. How to make a digital NOTAM readable by a human in some countries which are not so much equipped with or airlines or whoever is the final user with those HMIs?
It's a very good question. So indeed, it's been created to be inserted in machines, and it's been thought of to be read through a machine. So imagine transforming that into PDF files. It's not made for that. I think that for airlines today, I think that 95 or even 98% of airlines have electronic flight bags for their pilots. So I don't expect large airlines to be really impacted by this because they will have the numerical tool to read them. However, indeed, we can still have some needs to have printed formats. So it will have to be thought of by industrials. They will have to think of a smart way to have the graphical representation and a kind of synthesis of the digital NOTAM by taking this free text field plus also the types of NOTAM. So it definitely needs to be thought of, but it's not made initially to be printed like we had in the pre-flight information bulletin. It will be really made to be read on tablets, mobile phones, computers. But I'm sure that user experience specialist would find a way to have it still in a good format. But the risk is that it's becoming even longer, because if you don't have this upper cases restricted and abbreviations, we'll have longer text, and then it might be even longer than the 22 pages we saw at the beginning.
Thank you. No other questions? Okay. Big applause to Anaël.
Thank you.
Okay. Next step, another Anaël.
Next subject is still me. So for the next subject, I will share the floor with Mohamed Ali. And we will continue the great presentation he made this morning about AIXM5 data format. You had some questions about quality. Mohamed promised that we would elaborate today. It's now. So we will elaborate about the metadata you've seen this morning about AIXM and quality assurance in AIS process. And if you remember my presentation from Monday, I decided to do the 10 best practices. So I will do it as well today. And it's like on Monday, I have actually 9. So let's discuss the 10th one together during the question time. The very first good practice was already mentioned by Mohamed this morning when he said that you need to have one single source of truth. And he even speaks about risk to have different data in the flight procedure design system than in the central database on the very first day, where we show you a few examples where there was a mistake entered by the data originator. So it's key to have one central database that is your single source of truth connected to all the different components. I've taken an image from Thales, but it's really generic. So what's important is to have that single source of truth connected to the different modules who use the data. Good practice number 2, and I put it in the first good practices because it's one that is on the very first step to protect the data. It's not to open the data to anyone. The first way to avoid that anyone mess up with your data is to smartly filter out the access. If someone doesn't really need to modify the data, just have a read-only mode. If you have someone who can act only on national data, they can just have access to national data in revision mode. And maybe they are specialists on airport So they will only have access to revise the airport data, or even maybe one specific airport. So it's very key first to avoid that anyone mess up with any type of data by smartly assigning the access rights. Very first thing to do, define roles. So not necessarily person by person. You can define roles, but then assign to each person the right role so they can only do what they're supposed to do on the data and not risk to mess up with the database. Very basic, but it's key. It really avoids errors on adjacent data. 3, ensure that the quality is correct as soon as the data is entered. You will have, and we'll see in another good practice, capability to do business rules check on the whole database. But if from the moment the data is entered, you have ways to ensure that it's of correct quality, you will avoid the garbage in. So you will avoid the garbage out. First good practice is to know what the data is about. So you can't really see it here. I wanted to illustrate with a kind of tooltip. So a tooltip is when you have a field, you can place your mouse over and have information on what this field is about. How the data should be entered. Is it a 10-character format? Is it any other type of format? So that's a way to tell to the user, you have to enter that data in that format. It doesn't have to go back to the user manual. It's directly in the tool. He can place his mouse over and have information. Another good practice is have directly a color-coded feedback. And based on the business rules, we are going to talk again about the business rule afterwards, but that can be a great pre-check. So you try to enter a wrong data, the box directly turns orange. It tells on that example, the magnetic variation, I've written 280, and I get directly the feedback that the max value is 180. So you know the reason why. You have this error symbol. So all the business rules, and we'll go back to that, can first avoid syntactic errors, semantic or consistency errors very rapidly. So when the data is entered, you directly get the feedback. And third, sub-good practice, if it's not correct, then you can forbid that the data is saved. So here it's difficult to read, but you would read submit. If it's incorrect, you can't submit the data and save it in the database. So you're sure that is a great way to avoid any wrong data in your database. Then you can define mandatory fields. Without those, the data can't be saved. It's an addition to the AIXM data model. The AIXM data model does not impose mandatory field by feature, but that's a good practice to add on top for the information that really must be there for each feature. And the last one is giving the possibility to add a reason for missing data. So you know that this field is empty, but that's on purpose. It's not because the data was not entered. So quite simple, but with that, you have a great filter at data entry. Fourth, good practice, perform a visual cross-check. So here that's an example of a graphical viewer. Mohamed was talking about this morning about a free graphical viewer from Eurocontrol. In most of tools, you have graphical viewers. It's not a 100% way to detect errors, but it's a good practice. It can help see some of them. Or, for example, here we made the choice to display in the root segment like they will appear in the AIP. So from the moment the data is entered, you can already preview how it will look like in the AIP and check that it's correct. So it's a good practice to, from the very beginning, from the moment the data is entered, you're sure that the output in the AIP will be correct. traceability, which is extremely key. That's really one pillar from AXM and from your database. You need to know who touched each piece of the database, when, which user, which metadata. Everything must be traced. You must be able to audit the database, so see what was done, when, and so on. What was the source? And it's also very important to be able to sometimes audit the database, check, for example, all the actions that were performed by one user, or see at a glance on one feature all the modifications that were made on the magnetic variation date, field elevation, magnetic variation, and you can see as a synthesis all the different revisions that were made. So that's an example of how to get the different revisions. You must typically be able to say, I want to know all the actions performed by user 1 and get all the results of what user 1 did. It's extremely important, or all revisions between 1st of January to 12th of January, and have all the revisions that were made. And of course, it's by metadata, so by subtype of a feature. 6, going back to business rules. We've been talking about business rules at data entry. That's something you must be able to configure. The business rules are your best friends, your best tool to guarantee the quality of your database. So you must be able to customize the rules to make them those who are applicable and relevant for your context, your usage. You can rely on your control. They provide a list of business rules. You can select the one who are relevant to your context, create your own rules, and most importantly, decide when the rule is checked on demand at feature level, on demand on the whole database, or automatically at the submission of the data into the database. And you understand that it's the recommendation. Check the business rules the moment the data enters the database, so you're sure that you avoid garbage in. You should also be able to set the criticity of the rule. Maybe it's an error, so it should absolutely block the saving of the data. Or maybe, finally, in your context, it's okay, then just raise a warning, give the info to the operator, but do not block uploading the data. And if you really want to make it clear to your end users, you should be able to customize the text of the business rules. So that's just an example. Here, what I did is that I put an unrealistic error or uncertainty on the measure. So I got a lot of errors saying, okay, it's not possible. You have that elevation and that uncertainty doesn't make sense. Please work again. Number 7. Provide the right tools to the data originators, and Mohamed will go back to that subject afterwards, to directly enter the data. Get rid of the old email way, get rid of all that is not automatic. We were talking about that great capability to, from data entry, check the correctness of the data. That's something that can be provided to data originators. So they have an interface, they can log in, they can enter information, they can input the source file, and they get already the business rules check report directly. So even before they submit the data to you, they will know if they are entering crappy data. You need to have the capability to then, in the tool, approve, reject, or modify the data. But with business rules at that level, at the data originator level, you have a great filter to remove a lot of crap data. 8, if you remember my presentation from Monday, I talked about automation, automation, automation as a great motto. It's true here as well. So business rules are a kind of automation. Other automation I would like to suggest as best practices, all that can be computed by the computer, don't do it. Let the computer do it. Be smart, lazy. First, the root segment, the true bearing can be computed. Magnetic bearing, distance. You have the starting, you have the end point. Let the computer do the work for you. Declare distance. You enter the display threshold. If there is a stopway, clearway, then let the computer compute all the distances. DME. If you have some information on the VOR, let the computer compute the information on the DME. So these are just examples, but in your tools, it's very important to have this kind of automation. It will really save time, so that's some win in efficiency, and avoid human errors. We're just humans, and we make entry errors, so rely on the computer to save time. And the ninth good practice is about your way of working, your needs, your operational context. You need the tool to adapt to you, not the other way around. So you need to have edition forms that can be configured to your operational needs. So maybe typically what industrials do is have the list of the fields compliant with the AXM format. But maybe you need a different order. Maybe you don't need all those fields, so you would like to hide some of them because there are a lot of fields. Maybe the tooltip and the way you describe the data is a little bit specific in your context. Then give to your end users the exact naming or the exact description of the tooltip that is applicable into your context. If the persons who enter the data understand well the model, understand well the description, then you will also avoid mistakes and errors. So really have something that can be adapted to your needs. And as I said, the 10th good practice is for the discussion period. If you have good practices to share or questions, it's time for your questions. Unless we take them after Mohamed's presentation? No, we take them now?
Okay, good practice. The floor is open. Any question on the best practices? A good question is a condition for quality at the end. No? Everything is understood? No problems, the quality processing?
They want to hear to Mohamed.
Okay, you love Mohamed and exchange models, theoretical and quality processing. So Mohamed, you have the floor.
Thank you, Farid. I'm sure that they will get more questions after. Thank you, Anael. Thank you for all this really very, very interesting, I would say, presentation about best practices and somehow lesson learned from what have been done. So I'm normally waiting for my presentation. So definitely I have got to step a little bit backward first. To go back to something very important with regards to metadata now, with regards to data catalog. Because we discussed a little bit that the first day and very high level, but I think that it is really essential to have it as a point of start of what you need to implement. Because the subject here is about the data origination. Now a lot of operators are gonna be or are already privatized, and the old way of working, let's say, about receiving the paper sending it to the secretary of the DG, waiting 3 months so that the secretary of the DG wake up. Then he send it back to his right directorate, let's say, and while all of this is going on, in fact, the airport is already waiting, the originator is already waiting, or is already operating, let's say, as he decided to do, and your publication is out of date. Your data is not not accurate, nothing in terms of quality. Your AAP is just not valuable. This is the aim of digitalization, which is what we have been, let's say, discussing all the day, is timeliness. First day we spoke about quality and timeliness. This is really important, and again about the metadata, just to let you know that aeronautics, we are inventing nothing, and we are, well, let's say, late with regard to the rest of the world. In terms of here, if you see Inspire, I don't know if it speaks to anyone. So Inspire is a program in Europe with regards to the digital data management for all the land occupation and so on. And so the roads, the buildings, whatever, for all the national institutes, in fact. And this is an obligation in Europe. It has been a major program. And when the aeronautics started to speak about metadata, they started there. Now that was the origin of all the metadata comparison, and you see that Inspire is more rich than all the rest, than even ADQ. So I think that this is something really to understand, is that we are not ahead of the technology, we are not ahead of best practices, we are just late and following something with regard to this metadata, and which we should have implemented it years ago. So there is guidance for metadata profile. It started all there, and the idea again is to make it more accurate. How to implement? So it's time somehow to discuss now the how. We have been discussing obligations. We have been discussing what we need to implement, the IAXM, the XML, the UML, the GML, whatever. It's time now to discuss the data originator, how to get the data as accurate as possible, and the major, let's say, implementation points. Let's say, is going digital. I try to summarize it in a different way with regards to the phases and so on. These are the major implementation points. Let's say, to go digital. To go digital, it is not a choice. With coming back to the question earlier about whether it IXM5 or whatever is mandatory to implement NOTAM, digital NOTAM. Yes, definitely it is mandatory, because you cannot implement digital NOTAM on top of no digital data, or on top of non-validated, approved, and of quality data. That's the basis. The foundation is to have the digital data. This is the foundation. That's why it's the biggest case here. Build a fully traceable chain. That means that for mainly it is more an experience from ETOD implementation, where certain countries they just sent a plane to collect LiDAR data, or to collect or to photo, whatever, and then they processed it and so on, but with lack of GPS or lack of traceability on who have done what, when, and so on. And then in terms of approval of the data, it was a headache, and in terms of maintenance of this data, it is a headache. It makes the maintenance of the data not feasible at all. That means that you need just to restart. So you spent a lot different millions of euro or whatever, then you need to restart again, because you cannot qualify, you cannot give an indication about the quality of your data, because you are not able to maintain it. This is really very important, because being interoperable with all potential N+1 user. Here, as you see, I have not said only IXM. A lot of formats are, as far as you are digital, as far as the format is agreed, as far as you have the ability to check the data, to be able to provide the exact expected data, and definitely to give a rank to your data, to qualify this data, you can use CSV, you can use rank 816, I don't know, it's AMDB, it's the format for IMDb, it's another format used by airliners. So I listed them just there because in order to say that digital data set already exists. It is they are not used in the aviation or in AES organization often, but it exists. It is a matter of formal agreement, to come back to what have been said in the very beginning. It is a matter of knowing the end user, what is providing to the N plus N1 user, what is the qualification, what is the specification, what have been done in terms of validation, verification, and if ever there is a restriction of use, it should be in the data. Restriction of use, for example, you can have even a new digital data system DB for a possible extension of a runway. That means that the runway is possibly not yet extended. It is just a plan and so on. It must be there. If it is restricted for military use or whatever, it must be there. So all of these information are already there. The vehicle, they are already there. The pipelines are already there. We need just to use them. Be process based. Yeah, this is. You remember the quality or the quality of aeronautical data as it is described by ICAO and by ADQ and so on is three pillars: accuracy, resolution, and integrity. And that's it. To ensure the quality, accuracy, resolution, and quality. If you want to ensure this, you need to be able to automate all the process, but also to implement the workflow. We will see later on about some sample of workflow. And embed continuous enhancement mechanism. Nothing is already there to be used as it is. Coming back to the presentation of Anil about the digital NOTAM, okay, 52% implemented. The other are not yet implemented, not yet specified. But this is not a reason not to start. It's like a mountain to climb. You need to start somewhere. It's not obliged, you are not obliged to, let's say, target everything at once. Definitely not. But you cannot start by the end. You cannot start by speaking about swim. You cannot start by speaking about, let's say, digital NOTAM or whatever. You need to start by qualifying the data, putting the right process, and so on. This is written in the ICAO. There is nothing to invent. The phases, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Start by the very basic things. Don't target everything at once. This is my best advice. Okay. Keep in mind that there is a lot of people around the data. We are speaking about IS officer, or IS organization, but this is this is just in the middle. This is a gateway in the middle. Before them, we have all the data originator, we have flight procedure designer, or whatever. Before them also, we have the authority, the approval authority, the flight inspection, and so on. So there are a lot of actors. In order to be traceable, in order to implement the workflow, we need definitely to have something that guarantees the interoperability, but guarantees also the quality of the process. The quality guarantees the conformity to what have been done defined in process. But to start this, in fact, you see here, no, sorry, too fast. Here is a sample just of some user roles, coming back to what Anil was just saying about the different hats of people in the organization, in the origination of the data. These are just samples: operator, static data, static data supervisor. Here, aeronautical cartographer, the supervisor of charting, the procedure designer, the chief of procedure designer, and so on. You have a lot of actors, and these actors are interdependent. They are in the workflow. They have everyone have his own role. Everyone have its only access to what data he can access, what data he can modify, and where we need his point of view, let's say, of his opinion or his expertise. and the data originator also. So if when you are implementing something like this, you need to implement a workflow-based approach. This is the way to have a process-based. The process are huge. They are complex, and they need an automation and in the system. You can no more use emails or whatever, or even Excel, or even, let's say, the paper-based approach. Something that we have not discussed, and I think that Anel in her presentation, she was showing certain HMIs and so on, dealing with the origination and forms and so on. I removed the metadata stuff just to put the data catalog here, because we have not discussed this, and it is really important because it is one of the bases of going or shifting from the product-centric approach to the data-centric approach. It is really the base of modifying our practices and trying to go to the data-centric approach. To go to the data-centric approach, we need to be able to receive the data digitally with the right attributes, the right feature, and in harmonized way. How it can be harmonized? So I go in the amendment, Annex 15, when it's split with the PANSAYM. The PANSAYM comes with annexes, with certain, let's say, a data catalog, they call it. The data catalog mainly defines all the aspects between the collection, the processing. The idea is to manage this between the originator here and the next intended users. This data catalog you have in next to the annex, the PANSAYM. It comes with different Excel sheet that gives a lot of example like this. I think that they have an example afterwards. And these examples are there to define for each type of feature, aerodrome, runway, obstacle, airspace, whatever. What are the attributes that are mandatory? What is optional? And what is expected in terms of fields? What it aims for, define a common language to the data-centric environment. That means that the idea is whether it is a data originator in Indonesia or in Philippines or in Malaysia or whatever, they should be able to provide the same form, the same attributes, let's say, with the same requirement. And that's what is intended here by this common language. It is not in AXM. This is the good news for you. This is not in AXM, so it is just a simple way of list of attributes. And the idea was to make it as simple as possible for the data originator. This is aiming at providing the list of data, the list of fields, and the data quality requirement in the relationship between data originator and IS officer. That's its aim. It does not implement any automation there, but it's just defining the way of originating data or what is expected in the origination. Here is a sample for aerodrome heliport data. For example, the property, the sub-property, the type of the field, in fact, the description and certain notes, and if ever there is accuracy, integrity, or a type, and so on. It remains a very simple, very high-level forms there in Excel sheet. For people who are really very, I'd say, either very poor or they have half an aerodrome to manage, they can use this. If it exceeds half an aerodrome, forget about using Excel to originate like this, because it's unmanageable, it's not temporal, you cannot have a traceability on it, it's complex. So the scope is data and information. We separate here both, we speak about both data and information because the information is used in intention of the metadata associated to the data. We are speaking about obstacle, we have the coordinate and the height, the altitude. Okay, stop. Then the metadata is whether there is lighting, who collected, and so on. A lot of other information. Now, this is really major step from ICO to shift from product-centric to data-centric. And it's really, again, the provision between origination and publication and the IS officer. That's it. It's not between the IS officer later on and the publication, EAP, or whatever. The usage is before the IS organization. And it's just a common language. As I said, if you have an originator in Malaysia or in Indonesia or whatever, they will use, will be asked the same data with the same level of accuracy. Subdomains, aerodrome data, airspace, ATC, these are the subdomains, nothing else, okay? Terrain, geographical data, radio navigate. You see here, instrument flight procedure also there, inside. So, when we start speaking about airspace data and instrument flight procedure, we can guess rapidly that there is geometries there. There is complex geometry in this data, and it is in Excel file or whatever, it won't work. Here is just about data types. There are some data types which are really open, let's say, and others here it's polygon. We can read here. So it's just a list that where we can select a restricted list, in fact. Here are the description again. I think that there are around 15 or 20 Excel sheets like this. This is really very important. All DQR is our data quality requirement, have been moved from the annexes and are in the data catalog. If you see the annex 15 in the very beginning, there is no DQR. DQR are in the PANS now. Well, this is just a changement between type and origination type, because afterward it can be mapped in a different way by AS officer. That's why it's written like this. List of aerodrome data. So this is again just a simple how it can be filled in, and how it can be. What is the way of origination? So it can be either it is surveyed or it is not surveyed, declared in fact. These are the code lists. Whenever there is a code list, that means that there is no way, you cannot invent these code lists. If you invent something, you add something where there is a list, that means that you are outside the standard. And coming back to the point there where if I have developed something specific, if you develop something specific, and specifically if you modify something within the standard, that means that you are no more interoperable. Don't do it. Try to suggest or to propose this in the adequate, let's say, instances, let's say. And here just an example how to extend the PANS-IAM. This is from Switzerland. In fact, they did not modify any other attribute before, but they had a national obligation to give some, let's say, a number or a reference number for obstacles, for example, here. So they defined their own extension, but it's on the bottom of the PANS-IAM. So you can extend it, but you cannot modify what is already defined. This is different. You can add some attributes and other than what is already defined. So this is the end of this part, because as I have one presentation and a half, I have another one more about the workflow, the origination, how to implement really. So I think that the time is for questions or for the break.
Thank you, Mohammed, and thank you, Anaël. So it's all about common language, making sure that everybody is understanding the quality, the information, and to understand the information, you have to make sure that the quality is the right one. So, any question on both presentations, because you forgot some questions to Anaël? Anyone? Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Mohammed, for your interesting presentation. I'm interested with your last statement about the data catalog that the property in data catalogs is can expand but they not can modify it or delete. How about the information about the sub-property that cannot fulfill by, for the example, for airport operator that has act as data originator, what IS do for that and how we treat in ISM database? Thank you.
Thank you for this excellent question. If I go back here, oops, no presentation. Can you show again the presentation, please? So, in fact, here what is the list of attributes, the naming, you need to keep them as they are, because after we will see that in the forms of for origination as presented, for example, by Anil earlier, where you'll see also what can be done in the workflow aspect. You mustn't change what is there, but but here the type it is somehow free. It's let free. There is no business rule behind on these whenever it is text like this. So it gives you the opportunity to change. But if ever you go beyond what is specified within the AXM, hopefully the AXM each time, whether there is code lister or something like this, you find yourself with other. And when it is other, you need to specify in the note what it is in the time of case, in type of typing and so on. In the AXM, there is also something that is called notes, where all the object, it is in the shared part of the model, and any feature can be extended like this using these nodes. But again, when you add this, that means that you need it absolutely. This is first base. And you need to make sure that it is usable by the at least one of your N+1 user, let's say. Because the nodes, you can add a lot of nodes in AXM, but it's better that they are used by someone, needed by someone. So in the formal agreement, this extension needs to be specified. This node, say, okay, the node, it will start, you define a code, your own code. If between you, for example, and your authority, let's say, Arnav and the authority, there is something to transfer for any reason, it needs to be specified in this part so that it can be understood correctly from the other way. And you make sure that your effort to put new additional data, let's say additional information or different information, is well understood from the other people and at least treated correctly. That's really important. Okay. But what you cannot modify is the code list here. The code list is just don't modify it, because if you modify it, that means that you are going really, it's going to be complex to be interoperable after. You are creating your own language differently and it's complex. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohamed. Thank you for this nice question. Any other question? No? Then I'd like you to applaud on Anael and Mohammed. And then I will call MC to close the session.
Thank you very much, Mr. Farizizi. Thank you very much, Anel, and also Mr. Muhammad Ali. Thank you for your session. Don't go anywhere, because after this we still have one more session to go, yeah, for today. Can we please give big round of applause for all the speakers? Now we will have 15 minutes break, so please enjoy the coffee and tea break. And another information that tonight we will also have gala dinner, so you are all invited. Actually, the participants are required to attend the gala dinner. Don't forget, the gala dinner will be at 7 p.m. Yeah, will be started at 7 p.m. Located beside this room, yeah, at ballroom 1 and 2. So please be attend, yeah, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Now we will have 15 minutes break, and later we will come back with all the speakers. Thank you very much, and enjoy the coffee break. And also our moderator for today, Mr. Pagi. Mr. Farid Zizi, please come to the stage to continue the session. Please big applause for our speakers today. Okay, this is gonna be the last session, so please, ladies and gentlemen, give your best. Now, Mr. Farid Zizi, I believe it's your turn.
Thank you very much. So, we made sure that it was complex, but of quality just before. Now the challenge is to make it simple. So the presentation of Mohammed will speak from the workflow in between the originator to the end user, I imagine. And I hope at the end of his presentation you will understand that it can be simple. So this is your challenge, Mohammed.
Thank you, Farid. Yeah, thank you. Definitely, I think that I frightened you a lot. You are a little bit worried now. What is this IAS to IAM? Let's stick with the IAS and no more movement to IAM. The idea was just to try to explain what is applicable, what is needed, what is the obligation, and now it is time to see what are the solutions. Hopefully the good news is that solutions exist, and you don't do everything, you will not be, I'll say, obliged to manage everything manually. This is the real good news. So the practical digital processing and workflow database airspace IMDb, I made it very large like this. The idea is to tell or to try to make sure that it is a global approach for data origination. It is a global approach to make the data of quality. It is a global approach to make sure that IS organization is receiving the right data of the right quality, and also is not asking the originator an unfeasible way of working, an unfeasible data or whatever. It is, to be honest, it can be simple. It can be simple if we want to address the objective of the end user. Here is the end user. This image was just a funny one, because you have one here, if you see, there is no problem. But when you see here the animal there, it is inside. What we are speaking about will not solve these cases, okay? But it will help landing automatically somewhere. It will help having the automatic operation. Here it is for enhanced vision, but it is another use case for digital data. It is another use case for data of real quality, okay? What we don't want is really to show the data like this. This is what we don't want to have, because it's a melting point. If you just digitalize everything as it comes or whatever and put everything, it will be too much information like this. User that will not understand it. Okay, it's not, they can't use it. It's like ETOD. If you collect ETOD and you have 20,000 obstacles per airport, I can't remember who told me this yesterday. This was a sample. It won't be of use. So you need to be automated and need to be objective oriented, both for flight procedure design, for airspace design here, and for ETOD here, or more for AMDB. All what you see here are digital data sets. These are digital data sets, all IXM driven. In the database, we have been able to do it, using automation, using adequate tools and so on. And we have been able to make even such tools ADQ compliant, approved by Avinor in Norway, for example, approved by Croatia and so on. So it is feasible, it is usable, it exists, there is nothing to invent, but it impacts the way of working in IS organization. It impacts a little bit the roles, and once you define correctly the roles, you adapt a little bit the process, and you, I'd say, try to ease the way of working of your originator, it's easy to achieve such data. See here, for example, this is flight procedure design over Tibet. This is the airspace restructure that we done with FRAX in Sudan, which is IXM 5.1 here. Oops, sorry. This is the data collected with, you see here, this is the area 2B, and based on satellite imagery. This is AMDB, also driven from satellite imagery by Airbus Defense and Space. So this is somehow a result of all what you have been seeing since the 3 days right now. We can address everything. There is a way to do things digitally. If we achieved it, you can achieve it. There is no magic. Okay. This is to come back to what the answer of Anil earlier about the electronic flight bag here. Electronic flight bag, the AMDB within the electronic flight bag. This is the digitalization, the full digitalization of an AMDB, for example, with it goes up to the figures and so on. We can see everything. Here we can see the photo. It's a satellite photo. So the solutions exist. Don't invent the wheel again. Try to use what works. Try to gain experience what have been practiced already. Okay. And one last advice about this: don't make something specific. Avoid. Be standard based. This is the best way to do things. You are not obliged to be specific. You are not obliged to be. There is no obligation to have a specific format in a nation or whatever. Every country who have done this failed at the end. And they have been obliged later on to migrate and so on. So be standard-based, don't change things. Here it's another symbol of display of the data also on board. So it's done, it's used, and it can exist. The other point also is that AMDB, for example, the data provider, who are the ones who are preparing the data for onboard systems, they already have a lot of data in airport mapping database. They already have the ED999 and so on. So it exists. The majority have been made from satellite imagery and complemented on ground sound data. So the implementation basis. So just to come back to what have been said, we need to have a centralized approach. This is the central database, the central platform. Okay. One important point is the IXM 5.1. Okay, we can extend it, but we shall not modify the IXM itself. To have the impact assessment, traceability first. Sorry, the workflow based. To can adapt certain workflow to your end user, your originator, if you have a topographer, whatever. This is somehow some specifications of your system, but the system, such system exists. Metadata, to embed metadata within the system, within the central database, to be standard-based, as I was saying, and to have something really very, very important, integrated dashboard and impact assessment. What for? Impact assessment is to make sure that you have the maximum benefit of the automation. Let's say you receive a new obstacle. The idea from this obstacle is to evaluate where it is, what chart it impact, what page of the AAP it impact, what flight procedure design it impact, and so on, and to try to make it automatic. If the system supports this impact assessment automatically and tells you, okay, this obstacle falls in such area and so on, it impacts such chart, it impacts such AAP, you need to go and verify the impact on such procedure. That means you are on the right page. You are on the right, let's say, way to use the automation, to get benefit of the automation. The digitalization is there to help you in your operations. It's not, I would say, it's not a wall in front of you. It's really very, let's say, so from time to time, I tend to say it's easy, because it's going to ease your way of working. If you have the impact assessment, for example, of any change request, that means that you have everything linked. If you have everything linked, you can generate the action, the modification, the prepare your ERAC cycle and so on easily. You can even publish the NOTAMs easily and so on. The integrated dashboard is to monitor the activities with regards to the updates of the ERAC, to see who are you waiting for, what approval, what validation, what modification. All of this need to be in the same system. This is, if ever you do things separate here, you lose all the automation. You lose the part of the benefit of the automation. That's really very important to have all of these integrated somehow, okay? And thinking about the end user. Thinking about the end user in one way, the adapted workflow and the adapted origination method. Never ask your data originator to give you AXM, or even don't speak about data catalog, the ICO data catalog. Forget about it. You need to put a system that is compliant to a data catalog. You have the forms there. The form, you make sure that your system is compliant to data catalog. With your originator, you forget about, okay? If you put the format, if you exchange by digital format, for example, CSV or shapefile or whatever, you define the format, you define your business rule, but if you give him the format, the business rule, and you manage the compliance to the data catalog, the compliance to AXM, the mapping and so on from your side within the system, you make the system manage it, it makes it easy and easier to be adopted by your local informer from an airport, from an originator, from an industrial who is just constructing an antenna or whatever. It makes it easier for him to adopt the system, to adhere to the process, because and if you give him, in addition, the access to where his change request is, whenever he wants, he can access the system. You have the information about this study of, or there is permit for such obstacle, or I wanted to know where is the new procedure, the new technical report review, whatever, where it is. If he have access to this system and he is not obliged to send an email, to wait for an email 3 months later, or to call a friend and to try to call everybody in the office to get the information, you gain efficiency, you gain adherence from your originator and all the stakeholder, on all the N+1. This is the idea. And this, it is automated, it is traceable, it is compliant to ADQ, and it makes audit easy. It's your finger in the nose, as we say. Nothing complex in terms of evidence, because it's evidence-based all the time. In all the process steps, if they are automated, at any step, the operator can put a technical report, can put any additional documentation that justifies such study, safety study, such any operation of good check and so on, verification, validation, or whatever. And when you go back to when you have an audit, either from your authority or from ICO or from whatever, it is quite easy to show it and quite easy to monitor any defect, okay? So coming back to what I showed earlier, it's important to display. So here I have some screenshots, sorry, but I wanted to make sure that you understand that everything exists, nothing is there to invent, and it's just a matter of stepping and making the step to go this digital and start somewhere. If you start somewhere in the migration and whatever, we are thinking about the central database, but it is key success point to have the workflow, because it will support the adherence of your data originator. It support the adherence of all stakeholders, and it help you justifying your conformity. So often what we speak about is managing the change requests here. Here, for example, we have something that we call DTL, data transformation layer. This data transformation layer is somehow a Swiss knife. It enables you to map from an input format, CSV, XML, whatever, CSV shapefiles mainly, or IXM45 or IXM51. So the originator uploads this file. You have a predefined mapping, customizable mapping that map what is got in input into the IXM5.1 automatically. So that means that you just upload the file. You can upload one shapefile, one CSV, one AXM5, one AXM45, and it is mapped automatically in AXM5.1. And it is mapped, but it does not affect the reference data. This is really important in terms of draft studies. That means that the change request is not affecting the reference data yet, is put on what we call draft study, where you can evaluate what you receive. And first of all, the system maps it automatically. Then what he's doing, he should apply, in fact, the business rules that we were talking about. The good point here is, in the business rules, you can assign for one data originator, one business rule data set, and one digital transformation layer. So that means that you can implement directly your formal agreement within the system. You remember in the formal agreement, we defined it, we talk about the format, the content, the format and the content. This is in the digital data transformation layer. And we talk about the DQR, data quality requirement. This is implemented in the business rule. Then, if you assign to your data originator the two aspects, then you end out with an automatic report. This automatic report will just cross-check the digital data set that you receive with regards to the business rule that you defined and tell you it's okay, it's not okay. You can assign different, we call it a data quality requirement profile. So you can define one on several profiles per data originator. It's a matter of configuration. You configure it, you give access to the platform, to the system, to your data originator, depending on his role, what you are expecting in terms of data origination, in terms of types, and it works. Here the workflow. So the workflow, all the digitalization, all ICOs here have been based on the workflow. So you need to see all the workflow from the beginning, all the steps. It's process steps. To be process-based, to ensure the safety, the quality, and so on, you need to be process-based. And the process is interpreted in terms of workflow and in terms of steps of management of the data, from ingestion, automatic verification, manual verification, validation, approval, and so on. So here, the production follow-up here is a matter of following the action, following what is doing, what is done by such operator, what is expected, what is late, what is not late. It's an activity management stuff. Something really very important here is to discover all the document. In all the steps, it is really very important to give the capacity to the originator, to the validator, to any operator, to provide external documentation. This is the old documentation that you were sending like this between one office to another and so on. There is no more need. You go put it digitally and assign it to the workflow instance and make it available everywhere, every time for people who need to access this. So manage the user rights also. And the discovery, this is how to make the data, the final data, available for external user in digital, in PDF, in document, and so on, or in digital data sets. So you can choose even before, for example, I was speaking about the IFPD digital data sets. The specifications are still ongoing and so on. But there are already some digital data sets for IFPD. We have been using this since 2010 with Airbus for all the RMPIR implementation in Himalaya, in China, and so on. So there are ways to provide this data, and it exists already. Here is just a simple, sorry, my slide is not good there. Here is just an example of a workflow. This is 9906 with the EFPD workflow. All the steps are already implemented. This is just an image from the system. You can see the input data, let's say upload, the conceptual design, the study decision, and so on. And here, final design, the approval, and so on. You can guess that here it is data ingestion. Here is the flight procedure design office, and here is the CIA. So the system need to be accessible by all the stakeholders needed for such workflow. The stakeholder will access only the parts where they need to access. Just going for it includes also the charts production, for example, the documentation, if you want any independent validation, and so on. So all these steps are implemented, and hopefully, for example, in what I'm presenting here, there are a workflow dedicated to the ITO, the workflow dedicated to the EFPD, workflow dedicated for the airspace, and so on. There are at least 6 or 7 workflow already predefined, and then there is a capacity to add, I would say, user or manual workflow for other aspects. Globally, in fact, this is a use case from Croatia. They asked us, okay, we need to freeze the date before Iraq cycle, X dates before, because we don't want the data originator or whatever, or anyone, to change the data, except if he have the approval from the supervisor, in fact, the data supervisor. These are things that when we implemented in the very beginning, we did not implement this feature to freeze the data and to make sure that with regarding the targeted Iraq cycle, the data originator can no more modify the data. Terribly sorry for all these colors. So normally here is submission allowed. Here is supervisor only under supervisor, and here is the publication. So such platform is covering all the way from the data the change request, even before even the data origination is just the change request, up to the publication. And it manages also the way back if there is any problem, the data rejected or business rule not applicable, whatever. If there is any error or any rework to do, it is managed there. And hopefully what is done is that it embeds an automatic I'd say ingestion of metadata. It creates the metadata automatically. That means that whenever there is an operator who have done a task or uploaded an additional document or whatever, rejected someone, or even the automatic validation stuff, everything is stored with the system with all the results. You don't need to put the metadata manually. The system, for example, is connected to a different data processing tool or GeoTitan tool for procedure design, for example, or cartography. And whenever there is an operator who does anything, it will get even the data of the operation. Okay, it's easy. The result of the verification, if ever, if it is automated, or a comment from the operator, and up to the version of the software that you are using. Probably from time to time you can have bugs in the software that exists, definitely. So the idea is if there is a validation that you have done with a tool, version, let's say 5 of the tool, and then you discovered, and the tool told you your data is okay, then you discovered a bug on the tool, you can go back and see any validation that you have done with this version 5, and which may contain the errors, and redo the work with the new version from 5.1 or 6 or whatever, the version that corrects the bug. That means that this automation and this, I would say, embedded metadata creation will ease the safety aspect of checking if any error have occurred in previously, and ease identification of these errors, and let you go back to the real data that needs to be done with new version or whatever. Okay? So here it's in Europe, so it depends on the country. We were facing some another customer, the data protection, the personal data protection. In Europe, it is forbidden to, to share any data, any personal data, even names, whatever, birthday, you can't. So there is a way to anonymize metadata. It is requested, it is needed. The anonymization can support also something which is the adherence. People, when they, if it is done digitally and so on, they say, I check it. If it is done somehow, or they declare that they've done it, they are responsible for somehow. They can be accountable later on or so on. And so they can refuse to use the certain systems, mainly if they are not in the organization, if they are outside your organization. So there is ways to anonymize metadata and say, okay, such operator or such operator or one operator have done such verification. As it is automated and so on, if you anonymize it, it can support, it can promote, at least in the very beginning, the adherence of people, of operator, specifically if they are from outside the organization. This is really something really important. So everybody is aware of Annex with Annex 19, sorry. It's the safety management. It's the latest one from ICAO. And the workflow system such like this will embed or will register a lot of tracks and so on about errors, about some such operator is using wrongly the data, or using wrongly the system, or providing the data every time with the wrong coordinate or the wrong format or whatever. The idea is to track all these the items, these errors. Even if you reject, so for example, in a workflow data or whatever, from one data originator, the idea is to track these events, to try to apply to them the hazard matrix. What do I risk if ever it occurs again? What do I risk if it occurs again and nobody is aware of it? So the idea here in this system is to embed all the, let's say, the capacity to generate safety event, let's call it like this, or it's really a safety event, in terms of severity, frequency, and so on, and then to assign it a risk level. And it's good to assign to the risk level and so on, but if you do not do nothing with it, it's useless. So the idea is really to apply the matrix risk and the action plan. Here you have the occurrence report. It should be integrated to keep the track on. It should be integrated to the workflow, to the instance that you have been done, and so on. The idea is not to show and to say, oh, he's doing bad or whatever. No, he's doing bad, there is a risk. We need to help him by training, by new tool, by more explanations, things like this. It's not a way to fire people or whatever. It's more a way to avoid errors by risk-based oversight, let's say. We analyze the risk. Once we identify it, an occurrence report here, the need is to implement something embedded within the system. The worst thing is to have a system integrated workflow, whatever, with all the origination, with digital data, with people cannot see whatever, and don't have a safety management there. Because the auditor, the first question, how do you manage your risks? This is his first question. And you need to get the answers. And you need to have ways to enhance, it's not to block things, but just to enhance. And the system integrates this. Here is just another way to see the data asset the upload. So this is really dedicated to external user, to answer Philippine question earlier. Difficulties to get the data in the right format with the originator. It is more or less complex, and mainly if it is based on paper, if it requires to go through postal staff and so on, you are lost. And then goes through the wrong office, you are sure not to achieve anything. So here is giving him a wide range of input format. So the IS organization need to be agile. So having, for example, here the digital terrain model here, IXM 4.5, IXM 5.1, CSV format, shapefiles, other. When it is another, that means that, okay, he is really new, he doesn't know how to deal with it. He will send it us what we have, and we will manage to transform it manually to go outside with another system and to analyze how to help him. It's just a way not to block him, but a way to keep track and to have the metadata, a way to manage it with you, the safety stuff and so on. This is AMDB, for example, and this is a classical, really classical dataset upload workflow for the change request. The metadata agile and automated. So I was speaking about agile and automated. You can also request from your data originator, if mainly if he is used to use GIS systems, things like this, they can upload, they have access to metadata files in XML format. The system here allows to upload a file which contains all the geographical information, the extent of the data and so on. So the projection, whatever, it embeds the ability to upload it, or to here when it's uploaded, you have all the data. So it is via form or via file. So here, the form is that you have the form here. They can enter it. The data originator himself will enter the values, what is requested, or he uploads the file and it is full, because he's logged in. We know who, what organization, what format he's uploading, and so on. And he's giving us some additional metadata with regard to the projection, to geographical stuff, and so on. So everything is already done. The IES officer have almost nothing to do with regards to the metadata. You don't need no more your Excel files. You don't need no more to go back to your emails. That's the good point. And here, at any moment, there is a way to submit additional document. This is a very important as feature, because there are all the time some, let's say, architecture plan, whatever. If they give them the ability to provide it. Sorry of the quality of the image here. So here is we have an update for obstacle dataset. We can see all the information, the data format. This is automatic, the CSV. In fact, for example, this CSV, the date, the who, the what territory, and so on. Everything is automated. In this workflow instance, we are here in the blue part. The system provides you the display of where you are in the process step. The process step is automated. We started here and we are here. We need to go through. Here is just I'm really sorry because we see nothing here. So the graphical visualization of what has been uploaded. The originator also have this capability to see it, to see what he is uploading. And here you have a recap of all the data. Here, normally we have we can treat, but this is a report. This is the automated report that have been generated by the system thanks to the mapping that he have done from the CSV to the IXM first, to check all the coherence and so on, and thanks to the validation of the data quality requirement, depending on the profile, the data quality requirement profile that we assign it to him. So all of this is automatic. It's nothing to deal with. But you have access to this report, and the data originator have access to this report. Okay? So the integrated and reporting, yeah. So this is I have really a problem with my slide. We're sorry for this again. So the detailed of request detail, the input file, the command, the metadata, everything is accessible at any time within the system. That means that the system have been, let's say, we uploaded the file, and then we just went through the steps. We have done nothing manually there, and at the end we have the full report of the system with graphical visualization, with all the metadata, with the reports here of validation, and also with our capacity to validate or not, or reject the data. So here there is validation. Here we see IXM 5.1 business rule validation. This is data quality requirement. This is more driven from ETOD stuff here. And here I can't read. I can't read even here, sorry. The geometry conversion, yeah. This is the geometry conversion stuff, because the idea is if there is certain format in input and you want to create some geometries and interpret them and so on, this is also driven from the formal agreement. It is already also automated with the associated report, with the associated check report. What I can do, so integrated, yeah. This is, it was a web platform, what I was presenting here right now. And this web platform, the idea is also to track all the external interaction with this data, the database and so on. So you can have access to the reports, but also to the data itself. This is the AXM file, in fact, the AXM database, the view of the AXM database. Whenever you have a new upload of the dataset, the automated system like this can compare and provide you a full report of what this change request changes in the database, at least. What here is the data converted. Sorry, I will read from here. So the data created in green here, the modified here by interface, and this is the reference data. That means the data that have not been modified at all, and this is the deleted data here, for example. So you have a clear view of what the change request integer, and you can define what business rule to apply, where to visualize, if you want to convert this data in another format, export, whatever. So here again is the access to all the documentation. All the documentation is accessible here, what have been uploaded and so on, plus all the automated data. Here this is what the CSV, what have been uploaded. So something really important in the tracking, let's say on the metadata and in the quality, you shall not remove any data. Never, never remove any data. That means that the system should keep track also on all the files, so the data set, as they have been uploaded by the operator, by the originator here. We see here the XML file for metadata. Here is the file itself, and here is the reports. In fact, this is EAD's AXM 5.1. AXM 5.1 report, this is the ORTQR report, and this is a file, the conversion file of the data, because the system converted automatically the CSV to AXM 5, okay? Here coming back to the production follow-up, so something very important in terms of load management. If you open such a system to a lot of operators, you will have a lot of requests. Definitely. And how to manage this request, how to see whether you are late, whether you are not late, who is on whom you are depending and so on. You can have statistics here. You can for by type, for example, IFPD charts, for example, and here it is static data here, for example. And the other one is request for change, other requests for changes of data. You can have also different ways of displaying the statistics, showing some indicator to your management. Often the manager, I do, so your manager, so they will request you what are the KPIs, what are how much of a procedure validation dossier you have done, how many data originator, what are the modification and so on, what is remaining, what we need to do, what are the errors that have occurred, and so on. The system embeds all of this. They have the automatic report, and it can export some reports automated even in PDF or Word format. Here they are within the web form. And that's all for this presentation. All what I hope is that this have removed a little bit of your fear. So metadata is automated. IXM format and so on is just a mean, and it can be hidden by industry. It can be hidden by the correct system. The interaction and the interoperability between systems, it exists even from workflow, from the AF, for the AAP, for the charting, for the procedure design, for the ETOD, and so on. There is nothing magic. The solution exists. It will affect your way of working a little bit. It supports some migration effort. But the good news is the integrity, the quality, the metadata, even the safety assessment, the safety events management is already embedded there. And you don't need to know by heart neither the data catalog, neither the AXM 5.1 or 5.2 or whatever. It's good to know that it exists, how it is built, on what it is built, but that's it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mohammed. A big applause. Because at the beginning of the day, it was very complex. At the end of the day, it's simple. I think everybody is believing it is simple. No? So, if not, you can ask any question. Yeah. The gentleman in a blue shirt.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Adi from Aeronautical Indonesia. I want to ask you about how do you really integrate the SMS in the workflow pattern of AIM system? Can you give example case of the safety hazard affecting the data in AIM system? Thank you.
Yes, thank you for this excellent question. In fact, when we started building this SMS, it was because in our exchanges with our data originator, we have data originator, external or internal topographer, things like this. And we found ourselves by using data erroneously at the end of the chain. And it costs a lot of money, let's say, and a lot of time, project late, and so on. So what we have done is at every instance of the workflow, in fact, any modification of the data is driven by a workflow. You have different types of workflow, but you start the instance of the workflow. The workflow, for example, it have, let's say, 10 steps. At any step of the process, an operator or supervisor can highlight an occurrence report of safety. That means that, okay, I detected an error, this should not happen, or we should do something for the future. Once you it can be, for example, in the formal agreement, you defined a projection or a WGS84 to receive all the obstacles in WGS84, for example. Because in fact, something important is that in the formal agreement, you are not obliged to put everything within it. You can assume that all the altitude values are in meter, for example, with your originator. And in the mapping, the automatic mapping, you will ask the system not to ask for this attribute because it's all the time, by default, it's by meter, only for this originator, for example, okay, in the profile. Then, if ever your originator, he hire a new personnel, and this new personnel is not aware of it, and he's giving you all the altitude or height in feet, and you detect it, okay, there is a problem there, because this is a kind of error that you cannot see. Because if you assume that it is in meter all the time, and for 1 year it have been okay, and the originator, he decided to hire new personnel and change it into feet, the operator will just upload it directly and don't care. And if you detect it, that means, okay, there is a problem, we need to remind our originator that he is supposed to give us all the altitudes in meter, for example. And that means that either to inform him, either you change the formal agreement and so on, and you take action. You evaluate the risk, you take the action and so on. Okay?
I think it's really important because aeronautical information or geographical data is the ones which are really more or less inside the system. And when you upload, it's finishing in the electronic flight bag at the end, may have a big influence on the flight itself. So it's important. And I remember when we launched the Annex 19, I was in ICAO myself, this question of the supply chain, how you make sure that all the subcontracting chain is consistent in a safety management way. and you are in a lot of cases at the origin of the final information on board. Any other question? Yes, just beside.
Thank you. We face some cases in Indonesia. So if after the publication, but before the effective date, that information need to be postponed. So how the workflow we need to process the data for the postpone. Thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't catch the question. Sorry.
When the information is already in the system more or less, and then you have to postpone, the
publication
entry in service, the publication, the use.
Yes. Yeah. In fact, when you how to say, in the database, when you have a data change request, in fact, it comes with a new layer of the data, so it is not affecting at all the reference data. And you have an applicability date. So the applicability date of the new data, you can decide it's the cycle, LIRAC cycle 4 from 2024, for example. If ever you find out that there is a problem, later on you can modify in all the modification project at once. You can say, okay, let's imagine it is a new procedure for a runway and you are late doing the chart or whatever. Okay, we need to postpone. You postpone all the project at once. That means that you will change the validity, the validity date of the data, the start date and the temporality, and of your project, the full project, and you change all of it. All the project is moved, and normally it's as it is connected, everything is connected. If the information is propagated and is available for everybody, even for the action plan, the impact assessment, if there is a chart, for example, to update, which is linked to this workflow and have been generated in terms of action plan, it will be managed by the system. When you will select the chart, for example, the modification chart, or the cartographer can have access to the centralized information about the new date of effectivity of the data and of his chart. It eases the communication, in fact. It can go up, even up to the notification. When you change something like this, you can choose to notify certain, let's say, certain user or certain roles of user. You can choose to modify the cartographer, you can choose to notify the procedure designer, you can choose to notify the AAP section and so on, by email or by that. You make sure that they receive the information. Okay?
Thank you, Mohamed. This is a real benefit of digitalized information. Any other question? Yeah, Hashim, Mr. Hashim.
Yeah, thank you very much for. Thank you very much for your interesting presentation. As we know, in 2022, IQ released the new version of IQ document Act 126 and describe the step of aeronautical data processing. Maybe I want, can you explain us about the process? One of the process in all the aeronautical processing we know as a sample process. Can you explain about that, and what the action of that process, detail of the process, and also is that process automatically do by the system or still a human interface for that process? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. It's quite a very, very good question, because ICAO, they published the aeronautical data process, but it is also driven from Eurocontrol 1, which is called aeronautical data process. It's called ADP, version 2.1, something like this. It is quite recent, and I think it's simultaneous with the ICAO. Definitely it goes up to the to the NOTAM generation, to proposal of certain NOTAMs, to proposal of the AMC, the chart updates, to or also what kind of simple the AAP modification and so on. But what is clear is that you have one main let's say high-level process workflow, let's say, with regards to the change request itself, and then it is a quite complex workflow behind with subdomains, let's say, and it depends on whether it is critical or not, or whether it impacts the chart or only NOTAM. It depends on the action plan that you need to do it, and you have a full workflow that which is defined and specified. Definitely, it is. If I show you, if you go to the document and see it, you get a bit afraid. But the idea, don't get afraid about it, because it's embedded within the system. This is the point. This is the major point, is that even if the workflow, the process looks very complex, you have a lot of boxes and so on. First, there is a lot of automation. That means that if for the impact, for example, of a change request or something, if you have the adequate tool that identifies what pages are impacted, what chart are impacted, what operator or what user role you need to ask for support or for action and so on, it eases already a lot of work. This is one part of the automation. The second is that it is a workflow that defines the full cases, I'll say all the use cases, all the possibilities and so on. Often you will just go through a very fast one normally. You have a lot of shortcuts to go fast, and the complexity of the workflow itself, it's hidden. I had other slides which were very complex in terms of workflow and so on, so I decided to remove them just to make sure that you understand that it is embedded within the system. It is not, you will not be asked to manage it manually. It's not if you try to manage the ADP, Aeronautical Data Process, manually, you will waste your time just proving that you are compliant, and you will not do the job in terms of production, real production. You will put more chief controlling things than people who are working really. So make the system do the job, automate and so on. And a good system is a system who hides the complexity, of IXM, who hides the complexity of ADP, who hides the complexity of the data catalog and so on, and simplifies it and make it agile in terms of activity. I hope that I answered your question.
Thank you, Mohammed. I think we had another question there. Yeah? Yeah, just here in the middle. No, behind, beside the camera.
Thank you. I want to ask you about article data relating to the SMS for IAS. In your opinion, is all article data included in the scope of SMS for IAS, or are there certain requirements regarding this?
Yeah, thank you for this question. I think that to answer this question, I probably go step backward with regards to the aviation, ICO, whatever what we are doing here is safety first. If you come back, once we've said this, we've said everything. That means once it is safety first, that means the safety, the quality is applicable to all what you are doing. That's the basic rule. How to prove it, how to manage it, it is adaptable, but the risk-based oversight approach means that you depends on the risk for the activity that you are doing, the confidence, the level of confidence that you have on the system that you are using, because you can, if you are using CSS shape, not shapefile, even shapefile, or if you are using Excel or whatever, that means that the human error is really very easy to occur. If you are in the operator himself, if he's trained, if he's trained operationally from understanding of safety of how to manage NOTAM and so on, and trained also on the system which he's using, trained all, and also their confidence in, I'd say, the list of stakeholders who are operating the data, operating the product, generating the final product that you are delivering, or the final service, the data that you are delivering. So where the implementation of SMS applies, I would like to say everywhere. But the level of application, the way of assuming it, the way of challenging it, depends on the criticality of the operation and the action. This is really, that's why if you have an occurrence report, for example, which is, okay, unprobable, it is not very, let's say, it's not very risky, in fact, in terms of frequency and so on the gravity, okay, you can, we are aware that it happens, okay, but it can have no risk or whatever. For example, a data originator who forget, let's say, in your data product specific, in your formal agreement, you assume that he needs to have the authorization or whatever, an administrative document, let's say. He needs to upload it. If he does not upload it, it's not that risky from aviation side. It's more risky for administrative stuff, but it's not an aviation risk. It's not a hazard for aviation. So you can manage it in a very low priority, very low activity, and so on. But if it is like earlier, meter, 2 feet, or whatever, the example before, it is very risky. So if he's supposed to give you the values in feet, and he give you 100, but in his mind it's 100 meter, it is very risky. So in terms of risk-based oversight, it needs to be adjusted like this. 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, what I would add is that a few things. First of all, we are all operating the safety chain of responsibility, and the more the system is automated, the more you need at each step of the work process be safety aware, and at least ask yourself, whatever role you play in the chain, ask yourself, what are the consequences of what I do? I don't do what I do because I have to do it. I do what I do because I am part of a chain which is safe and operational at the end. And this is really a question. When we designed the Annex 19, and I have had the chance to be part of the process for both amendment of the Annex 19, this was really the questions. And I think it's important. And it's even more important when you listen to what Mohammed said. Don't do it manually. Trust the process, but don't trust it blindly. Because if you do it manually, then you push the responsibility on the human. Otherwise, you have to check that the process is the proper one, and that what enters to the process is correct, and what goes out is also correct. That's one thing. I had a question for you, Mohammed. You will not go out without a question from me. You spoke from the DTL, data transformation layer. And what you seem to say is that it's so easy to pass from AIXM 4.5 to 5.1 or even 5.2. But if I understood correctly, the difference in between the various versions is some attributes and some additional data or qualifiers or whatever. So how do you make it available if you didn't have it at the beginning?
Yeah, very good question. The mapping, so first of all, if you go from IXM 4.5 to IXM 5.1, that means that you need to enrich somehow the data. The enrichment of the data is mainly from a geometry point of view. That means that, for example, it's creating the GML, interpreting the definitions of the object to generate the GML. Let's take the example of runway, for example. The runway in IXM 4.5 is defined by the thresholds and the width. And that's it. You can have displaced threshold and so on. Okay, but let's make it simple. The thresholds and the width. So to create the polygon that defines the runway, you need to interpret it and to generate it. A more complex example is probably also for airspaces, for example. The IXM 4.5 does not contain the geometries, but it contains the definition of the geometries as it is in the EAP, the grid circle stuff and so on, the arc circle. So, and the mapping, there is first mapping from Eurocontrol defining the way to map IXM 4.5 to IXM 5. And there is also the formal agreement which defines what is expected from a data originator who is supposed to provide you an IXM 4.5. That means in this formal agreement, you will say, okay, in 4.5, we will have these attributes, these features, these attributes in this way and so on. And you agree on it. He can continue to provide you data in IXM 4.5, but according to the formal agreement that you defined. It's like CSV or whatever. No, I hope that I answered the question.
Yeah,
Half, partly.
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 But I will not insist. Times is up. Okay, a last question, if there is one. Otherwise?
Philippines, still no question?
Philippine? Anne? No, it's okay?
It's a joke.
Okay. So then I will call Mrs. MC, perhaps, because what is far more important than Mohamed's presentation. By the way, you can applaud him. They don't want to applaud him because it was too easy to understand. No. Then about the dinner, I imagine.
Sure. Okay, thank you very much to our speakers today, Mr. Muhammad Ali Megales, Chief Technology Officer of CGX Aero, and also Mr. Farid Zizi, Administrator and Executive Director of France Aviation Civil Services, as our moderator for today. Thank you very much. You may return to your seat. Maybe one more big applause for our speakers today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and that was our last session for the third day of workshop. Congratulations, you have passed 3 days so far, one to go, and we still have a lot more interesting topic for tomorrow. And for the last day, which is tomorrow, we will have terrain and obstacle data and AMDB as the main topic. And we will have 5 speakers to handle this topic, ladies and gentlemen. And please note that the certificate to all the participants will be given tomorrow, so on the last day. And this evening, we will have gala dinner, just right beside us. The committee has already prepared everything, so please be attend. There will be cultural night, we will have Indonesian traditional dancers, and also we have band to entertain you, so please don't forget to come at 7 p.m., right? At 7 p.m. we will start the dinner, so please be ready on time. And ladies and gentlemen, that was all for our last day. That was all for our third day for the workshop. Thank you very much for coming, and I hope to see you again tomorrow, the last day. Please, Ms. Chacha, you have something to say? Oh, Okay, so I have an updated information that we will start the dinner at 6:30 p.m. Jadi 18.30 Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, and you can use casual attire, casual outfit. So please make yourself comfortable with the outfit. We're going to dance together, to sing together. So last but not least, I'm Rani Raj on behalf of Airnav Indonesia and also CGX Aero would like to say thank you very much for your presence and kind attention. Last but not least, selamat sore. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Shalom, Om, Santi, 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 Om, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much.